Yeah, so I wake up this morning and I see a message, and it's Access Rattblood. Are you here, Rattblood?
Access Rattblood. Access Rattblood. Access Rattblood. Access Rattblood.
And then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access.
I'm Access fucking Rattblood.
Access Rattblood, I see. All these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. I don't know what to do about it.
And then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access.
Are you here, Rattblood?
I'm Access fucking Rattblood.
Access Rattblood.
Most abundant and successful king hero that we are all sitting with at this very moment. Are you willing to accept that as a truth? That you are a worthy man and that your penis is okay?
All these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. All these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now.
Are you here, Rattblood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rattblood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rattblood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rattblood?
Who the fuck is Access Rattblood?
I'm Access fucking Rattblood, bitch.
All these Access people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. I don't know what to do about it.
I'm Access fucking Rattblood. Alright, friends and enemies of YouTube, children of the Metaverse, let's dare endeavor into the undefined state. That particular point of possibility that is not represented by observation or measured. It is a vastness that has been utilized by the more profound minds of understanding and left to represent itself in the ignorance of those who declare themselves to be something definable, something measurable, something that others would seek to lay measure to. There is a amazing state of non-position. It is undefined, undefinable. It is all potential, all possibility. Solidify. It is the state that gives people, individuals, Those who pursue a directed state of being more so than a guided or programmed state of being, the ability to do such. People are so quick to press forward with their identifying factors of not only intelligence or learned knowledge. They throw what little bit of understanding they have into the arena. They stand on it as if it's the absolute, thus limiting it, its possibility, and also their own. If you understand and comprehend the undefinable state, then you understand unlimited potential. Then you understand possibility, and you do not solidify yourself within the walls and the confines of that which has been measured and given to you as information that seems to guide, direct, and give a foundation to the masses. The learned history, the concepts of various philosophies and states that are defined by a process, and by this process, a variable can be achieved, solidified, realized, and manifested. But being in that potential state, knowing that you are the relevancy to the next reality, because you can retain an undefinable position, gives you a state of advantage in this world, this life, this existence, even this reality. And it doesn't come easy as most things. You're not born, as most think they are, with some state of divinity that allows you a process of immunity from not only physics, but metaphysics and quantum physics or the quantum state. You think you understand something without the mechanics of how it works, which is why most people are stranded on the side of the road when their car breaks down on the highway. Sure, they may be able to drive it. They might be able to put gas in it. But do they know the mechanics of it? Majority? No, not at all. And thus they panic on the side of the road with all their bold arrogance that they climbed into this machine and set out across the land. And when it fails to operate after they have placed so much into this road machine, that severe panic, that moment that they did not leave a potential for, nor did they educate themselves to the mechanics of, but yet will declare themselves to be good drivers, will declare themselves operators, and even the state will recognize it. But only the mechanic, the one who understands the form, the function, therein lies true understanding and resource. So instead of climbing into an identification that you don't know the mechanics of, instead of operating a system of defined potentials that you do not understand the mechanics of, and instead of claiming some divine divinity that was just mysteriously bestowed upon you because you feel it was, those who hold understanding know that you have to understand the mechanics. And with that comes a system of works with self to achieve a state of undefinable position. This undefinable position is extremely necessary if you're going to endeavor into broader spectrums of thought. This is necessary if you're going to start removing your limitations and your lack of understandings. A parable within this is a particular interesting divine state. Most claim that a creator God gave them life as a gift and then find themselves in a state of being punished unmercifully with this gift to the point where some self-delete and exit, cries, disappointment, wailings of unhappiness. And that is the profoundness of it. You are giving amazing potential, life itself, and you defined it. You limited it, and you gave measure to it, thus losing any potential for power beyond that, or understanding, or ability to determine your next position. Though most of you will not ever do the work, nor will you find yourself in a state of potential, I do and am reassured that the majority will give measure. They will declare their comprehension, their understanding, their state of being, their spiritual state even, which is something that should have no potential measure to it or definability. But these are profound humans that claim this. Bold, brazen, endeavoring forth with what little bit of information they have learned to parrot, repeat, and distribute it as if though they had something that no one else had ever possibly conceived, received, or understood. I give you this with the hopes that you understand that in a state of undefinable position, you then have the power to define the next state of position for yourself and others if you choose. It's like the individual who purchases a book of spells, Wiccan spells, or some strange brew of published information. And they haphazardly go about performing this particular spell as described in the book, as loosely as they can, just wanting to achieve a potential. And generally, there are less than desired effects or side effects. And that's with the majority of this particular species. Those who truly devote and dedicate themselves to the workings of creation are disciplined in the state of the mechanics. They understand the mechanics, and therefore they're capable of achieving an undefined position, creating a thought mode that they wish to develop and bring into design. And they use the mechanics of this discipline to allow that thought mode to create its position in this particular reality without consequence, without adversity and resistance, because of the mechanics, which is an interesting concept that if you understand how to repair and fix a car, then I suppose any asshole has the advantage when it comes to breaking down or being stranded or even auto repair itself. The mechanics. Because the undefined potential is always there. And I'm using vehicles as a metaphor. I could as easily go into technology of your computer. Thus, it gets weighted down, becomes slow, infected, or a particular part no longer functions properly. And you go into a state of panic because you can't engage in your digital drug habit. And you have to seek something out. A computer repair person. Yes. Best Buy or any other computer repair, private or public, to get you back up and get your flow of dopamine turned back on. But if you knew the mechanics, the last thing you would have to endeavor in or depend on is somebody else's understanding of the mechanics. And that's the same with life. You set aside the discipline of learning the mechanics by discipline, by application, and by understanding for the superficial comprehension. And then you find yourself absolutely at odds with the variable as a result. Many seek, you will find. The undefinable state is what you have been placed in a system of control with, because you couldn't comprehend and sustain your existence without a definition. You have to have a definition, or otherwise there's something about the human species that it feels that it can't sustain itself in an undefined state. So it creates histories, it creates laws, guidelines, gods, deities, superstitions. It creates libraries filled to the top of the shelf and beyond with potentials, stated foundations, points of position in which you can declare your solidification, making yourself relevant. Sarah, very good to see you. Singularity, always welcome, brother. It's good to see you. Glad to have you here. I'm talking about the undefinable state, the one that most of this species absolutely resist. Dom just leaves drive-by information at the advent of me putting up my channel that is going to be going live, and I will be broadcasting. He plants his seed, so his presence is generally not a sustainable one. Fools and Tools and Pam, both of you, welcome. Thank you for being here. The undefinable state, once again, is a state that to structured humans would defy reason. They have to have something to foundate. They have to have something to identify that foundation to. And thus, whether it's actual or fabricated, they will utilize it as a base of reference for knowledge, for their daily endeavors. And that is the key to them creating this particular state that everybody is so resistant to. Your insatiable need to have a foundation, your insatiable need to be relevant to something, to be coherent to something, which is going to be a vastly shocking revelation when you leave the mortal coil and you find that that reference of definition is no longer available. But I suppose all you divinely inspired masters of life and all its possibilities that you have created in one definition of retrievable information will do just fine. Singularity,
Hello, Axis. How are you?
good to have you. I'm
How's your day? How was your Matrix day?
I spent most of it in a state of ethereal existence,
Good.
totally unconscious physically, and I guess erratically experiencing all possibilities. Quite
That's
the
the way to
endeavor.
be. That's the way to
Yeah.
be. I like where you're
So
going with this. I was kind of. Go ahead, Axis.
no. See, you're absolutely fine. I love to hear from you.
I like the way you're going with this because today I kind of rose from my rest. I don't call it sleep. I don't set myself up to sleep. So what people call sleep, I call rest. And I was kind of reviewing. I was just like, most people, you know what you're saying about the stimuli, about the
Yeah.
stimuli. Some people want to call it dopamine. There's many other levels to all that. Is people throughout their whole life go seeking for something to fulfill them, and when somebody does that, it's doomed to fail. They're going to be unhappy sooner or later because they're missing the whole target of themselves being the ultimate gift. One shall find complete fulfillment with the gift of self, not anything else. Then everything else can be enjoyed when one truly knows where the feeling comes from, where a lot of people thought it comes from. The perfect guy or female they meet, or the relationship, or friends, or currency, or materialism. No, it's all doomed to fail. Okay, I've seen people step into, what is defined materialism and currency, and you know what? They don't look happy at all because they never found it within themselves first. That what is you've been talking about on your channel, self-development energetically and esoteric wisdom and knowledge that is a must eventually. It's
Yeah,
a
and they
must.
deny themselves an understanding of the mechanics of it. They will
There,
claim, as I'm sure you have run across many as I have, people who claim they have a key of understanding, but they never describe or explain the mechanics of that understanding. They just explain the philosophy and the concept. I'll give
yeah,
you the mechanics.
yeah, and they don't give you any answers. And this is why a lot of the channels representing this guru wisdom is feel good. Yeah, but tell me how you feel good. Tell me energetic. Tell me the system you're doing to feel good. Tell me how you're doing it, right? I want the blueprint, the manual. If somebody can't represent that, then they don't have wisdom and knowledge. Because a lot of people define, well, how many people do know how one feels? That's the question. The actual what you're talking about, the mechanics, okay?
So
The engine.
few. And, I will be honest with you, saying, outside of a couple people, you being one of them who do the work, it's all been in relative uh, physical existence and in private that these things were revealed to me, the understanding of them, and through self development, through discipline, through contemplation, introspective work. It was not an easy path to get an understanding of the mechanics. It's
No,
just like I
it's
was
not.
referring. Oh, go ahead.
No, No, it has to be revealed to one from the inner workings with themselves. And a lot of people don't like to hear this, but it is, what I define from below guides that actually guard the gates of stimuli, not above. Above is the anti-light copy. And I actually truly define this. Anybody who's not doing energetic work and comprehending it, they're still in the above light channel. They haven't come below what is defined darkness, illumination, where the fire is. That's where the fire of stimuli is below. So
Well, I
it
was
is it
hoping the
is
last
interesting.
time you were here that they would catch that it is in that state of undefinable position, whether you call it the darkness or the state of potential, it doesn't receive an identifiable identification until it's revealed to the light or brought into manifestation. And that is the most
Right.
powerful position you can hold,
It is.
undefinable.
It is. And when one is truly going through the work, they'll go through the below gatekeepers. Those are their conditioners, perceive the demons that everybody mocks. It's not the light beings that condition one to a higher, or I would define a more deep state of wisdom and knowledge. It is these demon gatekeepers. In actual fact, they're not demons. They're one of the most enlightened beings guarding certain frequency resonance gates of what's the gates? It's wisdom and knowledge.
It's
But
rites
once
of
you'll go
passage within self that you will absolutely encounter. And if you understand the Book of the Dead at all, it is a parody of that type of development.
yes, yes, well, definitely. Both light and dark play a role, but after a while, I've realized the ultimate thing that there is absolutely nothing that could be topped by the anti-light governing, regulating matrix system because it is all full of tricks and deceptions and not accurate information. The only beings I've realized that hold the true accurate information are the fire beings perceived from below the low root-based chakra. That reference region, when one stabilizes himself and anchors themselves there, they start to have a different enlightenment and perception and information accurate that one starts to see the lies of the system of what is defined, beings not regulating themselves to below energetic fields of gravity, right? Most beings are in the anti-gravity light stage where it's a very deceptive system and it's designed to loop people with inaccurate information, giving them all the so forth information of how to be there without a guide and manual, which is nothing feasible, right? If you tell somebody, oh, I feel bad, somebody states, oh, just feel good, picture good things and visualize good things. It may work for a while, but it's not telling anybody how to do it. Like for my being, there was no deal to be on best behavior. Sure, I truly believe in kindness, straightforward, direct, receivable communication towards every being in communication. That is respect for my perception and point of view. But the thing is, there was no deal with me to be on best behavior and blind. All I got was my ass kicked by anti-light manipulations, right? Until I started being guided by different guides from what I definitely define from the below gravitational magnetic fields, also known as fire, and also known as one stimuli is the magnetic fields that one is being robbed from what I define to be bland and not feel that good. So
That's
yeah, I had
why.
to.
Go
Yeah, I
ahead,
just
please
had to
finish.
learn a different,
Finish your.
not to learn different, but I had to learn the accurate information from the deceptive system, from what I truly define. The above system of anti-light that I've labeled it anti-gravity is the deceptive system of not accurate information. This is why a lot of people are shunned away from going below, going to the fire teachings, going to what is defined other guides perceived from below. Some people call it demonic, satanic, esoteric, etc. Whichever way they perceive it, one shall be taught directly by guides with accurate information. And eventually, these guides will lead somebody to source. And source is not found above. It's not the anti light that I define the light. It is not the light. Source is found to the core origins of what is defined primal fire, gravitational magnetic fields.
Yes, and with that is a state of energy uh, in absolute brilliance within itself of a potential. People are not capable that I've found unless they've learned the mechanics. They understand what they're doing with the aspect of this non-local position of undefinability because they have no reference point. They cannot use their own center as a reference point. So therefore, they have to have history. They have to have guidance into esoteric. They have to have a spell book or a Bible, or because they have no reference point internally. They have no position within themselves that says everything beyond this is a solidification of a foundation I didn't create. Create your own.
Right. I was going to add something, but it kind of departed.
I'm sorry, Sing. I
Oh,
just
yes. Well, if you ask somebody where is their center, right? A lot of people say the heart. I'll say the heart's the last place you want to be at. That's the most deceptive region. Anybody see those candles with JC Christ with the knife in his heart? There's a reason for that. It's mockery. The heart's a dangerous place. Okay, so if I ask people here participating, where's your center? Does anybody know where their center is? Well, if you go to your hips, that's pretty well the center of your body. Now, if you go to your tail, your root base, tailbone, your tail is your center, your root base. That a lot of beings are shunned from, especially the Bible. Okay, and like you defined, axis. This is something you don't learn from the books. These books are from not here. They would be perceived different dimensional information or different frequency information, levels of information. So I definitely stay at my fire. I know my fire is my root base, and that's where one's energetic fields are being manipulated and hijacked and being lifted up to what is defined reverse fielded to the third eye, and that's where a lot of the perceived illusion, harvesting, energetic manipulations, and the scripting perceived what people battle with. A lot of the things going on inside their heads, and also not being able to control their actions, deeds, and behaviors to certain thoughts arising. So it is called the root base for a reason. Like a plant, you need to be rooted. It is your nerve, the roots going to your feet all the way down your legs and fusing your feet to what is defined your core ground copy is the root, the tail. That's why they call it the tail. Yes, the reptilians got tails. Well, who are the reptilian species perceived? I've never seen a reptilian, but I definitely do know this. I got a tail. So reptilian species are the ones mocked that know where their root base is core, their tail root base. That is actually nerve branches going through the CNS, their legs, going down to their feet and branching even further with a nerve conduction, well, energetic conduction field. I call it the firing system, fusing one's
part of the
feet
main
with the
nervous
ground.
system.
Yes, yes, fusing. It's an extension. One's nervous system is an extension to the ground that a lot of people are not aware of. And if their tail is clipped, if they haven't been informed about staying fused at the root base, tailbone, tail core, and furthermore to their ground core at the same moment, really fusing their root base tail. Well, most people are clipped. They're just riding the air. Sure, there's encounters where somebody may, relieve themselves in a sexual encounter where they kind of get rooted, but they're still need to be informed about the mechanics, how the tail branches through the legs to the ground, perceive one's core. So that's why I
I'd
define
like
the
to
Bible. What's that, Axis?
go ahead. Finish your statement there.
So this
I
is
can
also
hold my
also
thought.
define the Bible's dangerous when it's stating sexual morality shall not enter the kingdom. Actually, that's what's really messing somebody up. Somebody doesn't learn about their tail, their sexual lust, climatic energies, which is shunned by most of the world or a lot of the world. Well, then one is sort of how can I define it? Shamed, sort of guilted, embarrassed, remorse against going there. And I challenge anybody, stay at root base and see how you feel all day. You're going to feel your joy that you haven't felt in a long time. And pay attention when you're happy, when you're laughing. Where's your energy drop? It drops to your lower stomach, known as your root base, tailbone, tail core. That's where all your fire, if you're not established there, is potentially hijacked into, hacked, and you're being what is defined fire harvested, loosh harvested, and a lot more manipulations happening there.
And there are definitely people that are considered to be psychic vampires that live and feed on even your biofield energy in physical form. As far as understanding the fundamentals and the basics of this mechanic, This prime material plane is developed with earth, wind, fire, and water. These are the four elemental forces, the prime forces that are generally worked with. And they have no good, they have no bad, they have no right, they have no wrong. They are just forces, undefined except by what they are. And upon this, you find yourself in existence. And somebody has created a story and applied it to these four fundamental forces, and you have used that as a point of reference instead of the potential that these four elemental forces have to offer with your undefined state.
Right, and I've come to the ultimate. Well, I know this. All other elements are forged from the primordial core origins. Fire is where everything is spawned from. The projection perceived, right?
Yeah, it was the beginning of my understanding how this particular construct or dimensional state came to structure was with these four primal elements.
Yes. Now, if we go back to core origins, we return to what is defined the one particle theory, where the primordial fire structures every other molecule. So how come we see all these elements on the periodic table? Well, I only perceive the core of it as actually it's being created from what is defined the core origins one particle source theory. Well, not theory, but it's an actual fact. Why we see different molecules is because they're resonated by the programming at different frequencies, different states with that different mechanics, which gives different material. So in actual fact, plastic, metal, uh, what else can we define? Wood, nylon, whatever else may exist, it's the same element. It's just created differently through a frequency resonance vibration.
Thus, we can consider the particle state the mathematics that constructs the variations of Earth. The particle construction is the mathematics behind fire, water, air. You know, those are the smaller potentials that create and work with the substance bases of earth, wind, fire, and water, creating
Correct.
different designs and aspects interpreted as gold, silver, mercury, solidified states. Then you have unsolidified states, and you can watch this with water. Water can solidify itself into an ice. It can transition into a flowing liquid, and it can also become a vaporous gas or a fog. These are particle states, thus mathematical equations applied to the four fundamentals to create varied states. And you can do that with yourself as a
And this
being.
is the biggest secret. Yes, ourselves. And so many people are worried about pollution in the air. Has anybody really realized the power they have? You can clear all the air in your copy with just a thought, re-terraform the oxygen to be pure. See, when one realizes their projection is their own personal copy to their video game console that is theirs, they need to have a copy to participate in this thing called the game of life. They need to have their own console, like a video game, and they need to have their own disc copy that is their own personal copy to participate in this system of what is called all of existence. When one realizes they have their own copy, you see, I see planes up there in the summer making lines, and I'm like, I know one thing. Well, it's not my copy they're fucking up. I don't know which copy they're spraying because there's no spraying in my copy perceived. Okay. So in actual fact, yeah, you're correct. Is we can do this with thought of intent, and when one arrives to the awareness and the perception that they can purify all their air, the air perceived in their copy, the oxygen, and purify all the oceans with just one thought, it is a done deal. Same thing as the what was it called, the Dr. Emoto, that guy who was working with
Yes,
water.
influence
Okay, this
water.
we had this one monk that came to polluted river and they took a analysis under a microscope of the water and it was asymmetrical. It was mutated. It was ugly. It didn't have no symmetrical structure perceived as better resonance. So what he did is he prayed, what was it, 20 minutes or half hour over the water. And then they took a sample of the water, and this water wasn't mutated and ugly at what they define
I want to,
asymmetric. It came to a crystalline nice shape, like nice snowflake sort of. Basically it was balanced, symmetrical structure, and they took measurements of the river perceived for miles up, and it had affected the river for miles. I don't think they came to an end of how much he did affect it. This proves to be to fact. He was just working on the river. Okay, now imagine one who is learned working on their whole perceived environment ecosystem. Okay, ecosystem. You see, this is the
absolutely.
biggest secret that the nobody will ever tell anybody else, that one has to arrive to the perception and awareness that, you know, they can affect every molecule in their projection, not only the perceived ecosystem, like even here, this room I'm sitting in, it is affected by my thought changed energetically and also changed. Sure, there's a carpet here, whatever it's constructed of, and there's a wood table, whatever it may be, in metal. But you see, I understand I'm affecting the frequency resonance, as this is an extension from my thought projection molecules to my console and my disk insertion copy perceived programming. So
I want to allow these people to understand something so that
go
they
for it.
can
Anytime you want to
maybe get
interject, go
a
go as long as you
comprehension
need.
of the particle state
Yes,
that
yes, get
allows
into that.
things to be. Let's take something as recognized as a crystal, a quartz crystal. Well, the atomic or particle structure of a quartz crystal is a lattice structure. It doesn't change. It is definable, measurable, and it is structured in a way that it doesn't vary. Water, on the other hand, is an influenceable particle that you can adjust its properties. Whereas the profoundness of a crystal, and people use them in piezoelectricity, is that the structure of a crystal is a definite state. It is defined by its mathematics or particle structure.
Is that what you wanted to add?
Yeah, it's got to do with the developing of the self. You can be suggestible water, and you can flow with your environment and thus allow your environment to direct you, which is just a state. Or you can be as solidified in your particle existence as a crystal, which is a non transformable state. It is the bottom state of its own representation. A lot
Correct.
less manipulatable, but it can amplify because of its stability.
Correct. And then when we get to much more progression, we view this whole existence as a fluid state, as it is all constructed of energy. Then we can actually change the structure of anything and solidify it to the resonance and structure that we choose to reform it as.
Yeah, that's the undefined state. That's where all the magic happens.
Exactly, yes.
Imagination, potential for the next state of reality that you're going to adventure into as a spiritual, physical, or even a potential being.
Correct.
You're working with the fundamentals, the four
And this
fundamental elements. Just
and this is where
go
the
ahead.
deeper wisdom and knowledge, call it whatever, I'm not going to put labels on it, where Everything is perceived as energy that can be changed, transmutated, alchemized into forms, not only here that is known, but bringing in different frequency resonance forms known as interdimensional symmetry, that is a more structured, highly layered, symmetrical structure of what I define crystalline structuring the grids, the energy grids of something to the crystalline energetic fluid state. And this is the grand illusion. This is why some people call it this all of existence is illusion. Yes, well, an illusion, but very real when it's solidified, like you were defining. When we solidify it, it is as real as it gets. But it's not set to a certain degree where people have been informed. Things can be altered and changed. Of course, there is rules and regulations to how much something can be altered in this region of travel we're in, but it is a grand illusion where I will define this one regulating themselves and having complete self-regulatory control to never be deceived by what I define anti-light. There really is no limits to creating a better existence reality. There is no limits to that. Source does not put limits. The luminary source does not put, that I define as the primary creator, designer of all, does not put limits on creating a better existence for oneself. Or creating a better existence for oneself shall have influence, not control others, but shall have influence towards others to strive to maybe attain what they energetically enjoy about this person. Why are they attracted to this person? What's it about this person that when they, kind of participate with events with this person, everything seems to be kind of different energetically.
And a observation of that perspective is when you shine a light through a structured lattice that is a solidified state, it can split that light. It can split the photon, and it also can reveal the spectrum of light in its full array, thus the rainbow. And this is all contained and defined within the crystalline structure.
Correct. And then once again, that proves the fact to be that even the crystalline structure is in a fluid, energetic, more pure state. It's everything is in a fluid state. This is what I define and call this existence as the ocean of existence, where we are traveling through, navigating through, and traveling with our ship of travels or vessel to other perceived regions in the ocean, right?
Yeah. And if you understand the mechanics of that, it's the crystal reveals and is capable of interacting with the division of entanglement. And you being non local by proxy consciously can do the same by revealing. It's not a state that's in a book. It's not a state that can be discussed and explained. It's through a process of mechanics. And when you understand the mechanics of that, then you can apply it to yourself in a metaphor or metaphysical way and start developing and constructing yourself by revealing the things that are necessary to see that you have created yourself to be by either influence uh, or believing the lie, needing something to make yourself coherently localized and relevant, when in actuality, you haven't fully understood and revealed the whole spectrum of self in the pool of chaos. And the chaos is applying a story that everyone is going to solidify themselves to in the four fundamental elemental states.
This is where access and sing, pause and consider, and wait for
Well,
more information.
I can give you even more of the mechanics of it. Um, Such as the state of we'll call it scary or non-scary, Satanism or divinity. These are states that are perceived uh, because someone has revealed them, someone has applied a narrative to them, and then it's become common for people to fundamentally identify their sense of foundation with this because they do not understand the ability to create their own story by their existence, by just being. And instead of creating their own book and learning the mechanics of themselves, they just surrender. They surrender to someone else's massive understand or mass understanding of something they call fundamental foundation or common knowledge. Well, I am definitely not common knowledge.
Definitely not.
I'm an acquired taste.
Can you repeat that?
That's how I'm not common knowledge. I'm an acquired taste.
Yeah, and that's the way it should be. You write your own story. And I
Yes.
like I like that word you brought in, surrender. I don't like it personally, but anybody who surrenders and is empty-minded has already lost the path. There's no such thing as releasing. When you become aware, you're not empty-minded. You are full-minded all the time, aware, utilizing what is defined your mind muscle computer. See, the mind's like a computer. The more you use it, the more it enhances and advances. So when one becomes aware, use myself as an example here, is in every moment I'm busy with the mind, sustaining, maintaining the projection, perceived my movie the way it's going to go. Because if I'm not projecting, being tuned, that is projecting my reality to be sustained, staying aligned with perceived what is future alignments and attainments, then who's going to align me and get me there? Most successful people stay aligned, focused to certain aspects of where they want to be and what they want to attain. And they don't allow anything to sway that until they get there. And when they get there, guess what? These people are some of the most ambitious people with the most desires and ambitions to get motivationally established, to have motivation, to get established, is they always have that spark and drive up, staying aligned and every day doing something to get to where they want to get aligned with. So this all begins for myself is energetically I establish myself first, not being moved by what is defined, what you spoke about, access, about being made in the chaos. Yes, one shall make themselves in the chaos of the what is defined the anti-light, anti-gravity, and the luminary gravity fire fields and establish themselves where they're gonna choose the state of energetic field they want to be at, known as stimuli, and also how they want to be what's that word I look for? In their stated condition daily, how they want to be their stated condition daily, as in energetically is a preferable choice, my choice, and to have that ambition and desire, that motivational spark and drive to get things accomplished. So for myself, the biggest struggle was for many years from a young childhood, I had shitty deal in energetic stimuli. I was being manipulated energetically, didn't have the drive, depressed, and just tired. And my outlook in life was much different because I didn't have that energy perceived as the proper amount of energy to keep myself functioning correctly, where it's not going to be like dragging my ass around just to get out of bed and brush my teeth and stuff like that. So all that state of condition was my being energetically manipulated. So what I had to stabilize, bring to what is defined a solid state crystalline structure, energy structure, where it wouldn't be moved, is stabilizing myself so I can be able to move around with my proper energetic fields. And I learned this definitely. When I don't have joy, life has no meaning. This place has no meaning. Once somebody's joy, their fire is robbed from the root base, it is all done, this manipulation. This existence here has no meaning. Now, when I establish myself correctly, energetically, and I receive my best friend back, my joy is my best friend, my eternal mate that I realize is the unification with Source, then I start to see the aspects of a different reality because now I have a different energetic field frequency of travel and perception and awareness. So I started to enjoy everything again in the last maybe 3 years, really enjoying it. But the last couple of months, really enjoying it a lot, where realizing that it's up to myself to sustain my state and condition and to not be robbed of what is defined my fire, that is my best friend. Now, I'm sure people here have felt like they've lost something. It's just the system isn't what it once was. No, you haven't lost anything. It's just you've been disconnected from your stimuli of joy that is defined as fire, that is your forkness, bliss, ecstasy, etc. So the days I have my best friend joy, everything, all my dreams, goals, and visions are accelerated and motivation to do things, yes. But the days I am kind of struggling, I know it's trying to be clipped, energetically trying to reverse my fields from gravity to anti gravity. I struggle, and it's almost like a hit and miss, but there's not much struggles anymore because energetically to the modulations I do, I have established myself where it's almost automated. I know how to structure the mechanics again that Axis has been talking about and get myself energetically tuned correctly where I can get my ship traveling again, get the anchor out of the stagnated perceived anti-ocean and get it in the fire ocean of gravitational fields where I feel good. Then my ship ship's anchor perceive the frequency lock is taken out of the bottom of the spiked at the bottom of the ocean where I'm not moving energetically with what is perceived ambition and drive. So it is a process, and it has, everybody's dreams being killed has to do with their fire being extinguished, their best friend, their unification with Source, the stimuli of what is defined, the desire to just have a good day without having to struggle for it. So it is very interesting.
And I'll give people a defensive technique that I utilize quite effectively is whenever the implications of control are sent to me, whether it be through the news, politics, law enforcement, somebody's policies or rules, I start shedding that off. It doesn't apply. It doesn't bear on me as a weight. And I start finding myself in a state that isn't recognizing not even the fundamentals of what they have constructed, the invisible lines that create barriers between countries and states, provinces, if you're in Canada, and so on. The illusion that a particular Semitic people hold the key to all salvation, truth, and understanding, thus the Abrahamic religions. I shed it all. And I remove these weights off of me. And I return to a potential of my own understanding and development. I do not limit possibility. I become undefinable. And against that, there's nothing they can do but to forcefully and physically imply themselves upon you. Because mentally and structurally, as far as your reality goes, they're ineffective, ineffective, and benign.
Right. Once again, I'll give you another angle to what you another angle of analogy from my perception to what Axis just stated is the only thing I perceive of these actors on media, whether it be heads of control or news or whatever else it may be, it's just actors trying to get people to uh, go along with the script they're representing, the scenario to the projection influence. That's all these places, these things are projection influences. It's like these beings I can define have lost total control since 2012 from beings who are aware aren't going towards their future. Definitely, we're not traveling to there. So what they're trying to do is influence people to their movie. You see, these people that control the planet, they don't control the planet. They have made people, they have suckered people to follow their movie. When in actual fact, if you do your research, a lot of these facilities owned by the government, nobody claims to own them. Why? Because they are under fraud. They are under what is defined in violation to their own policies. So what a better way to state that there's certain organizations that run them, but nobody owns them. So if something is abandoned on this travel, when one realizes an abandoned ship is up for grabs to be claimed by somebody who is aware of the system. So much of the things they're defining that they don't own actually can be taken over by somebody who's aware to grasp certain aspects of certain things being regulated. That's where I'm going to leave it. But they're just actors that have no control. The only control they have is into what is defined their movie that they've suckered people to be part of the projection participants in. And this is where I caught one of the elites. I'm not using names here. And this is how he referred to the general public. He's like, he stated something like, what was it now? Give me a second here. That they need to make sure that the inmates don't get control. Get it? Inmates. They perceive people as prisoners. He stated something like this: we need to make sure that the inmates don't get control. Control from what? You see, the control is to know we're not controlled by them, that we actually have our own projections to work on. And in the future, these beings who have been manipulating, they'll be looking at some of our created metaverses existences, and it shall be influencing them to take a different route and path, because if they want to enter our perceived, well, the luminary metaverses, that they have to qualify through a certain frequency resonance gates known as dimensional shifting and channel entrance.
And how that applies to some of the conceptual revolutionary idealism that I have when it comes to the metaverse is you have to bring into the metaverse that individual solidified state of development and stand on it. Thus, what they are afraid of, and they call us prisoners for, is they control the personal narrative of most people by design of policy, law, and guidelines. And if you don't follow these, you are a criminal. And spiritually, within the realm of Christianity, or we'll call it a better saintly state, whether it be Buddhism or Hinduism, these are states of still yet control. They are controlling your understanding of what divinity, what is a defined guideline of their directive. And they still control the narrative. And the minute you release their ability to have power, thus buying into their solidification and not finding an undefinable state within yourself to develop your own book, story, you then could potentially lead the narrative. You then, and especially as an individual, or if you seed into the masses the ability to do this and the mechanics of it, the potential for change beyond what they're able to control. And if you do this on the metaverse, then you have control and power beyond their ability to control. Hello, Venus. Good to have you. You are very welcome here. So, with that, the revolutionary new frontier that we are engaging in will either define you, guide you, and construct your being, or you will develop it. And the potential of superposition in this arena gives you a greater advantage, almost like metaphysics.
For sure. And the greatest part about all this is beings who continue to manipulate someone else, or any being who continues to manipulate somebody else for control reasons. See, what happens is as we step out into our better existence, metaverses, you see the fields are reversed and they actually become the inmates. And the greatest part about all this is they made themselves the inmates in their ignorance, perceiving to control others through a manipulative agenda. And part of what I've been, well, part of some of the translations on my channel that I was utilizing, I'm not representing any more information there, is to correct one's energetic fields, integrating to what Axis has been talking about, the mechanics, what I've been talking about, the root-based fusion, and definitely fusion to your core ground with that, and then further modulating is put it to the test of trial, even if you're not that energetically progressed as they're modulating. Reverse the fields, the poles. Part of their control mechanism to controlling somebody, reversing their fire to what is defined from below their root base and shifting them to the anti-light matrix, to anti-gravity, is reversing the poles. Okay. So when the poles, the positive and negative fields are reversed, what happens is one shall not have a normal reality, and their stimuli of what is defined fire, their best friend of joy, shall be robbed. So I'm going to suggest put it to the test of trial, reverse the fields with some of your basic modulations of energy work. Also, at what Axel was saying is defining the mechanics to one's energetic system. And I've come to the conclusion is there's certain aspects of technologies that are always putting frequency fields out to reverse the fields to give what is defined scripting control, almost like hypnotizing somebody to respond and react with that extreme. It could lead to extreme bad energetic fields that are not desirable. So to my modulation, I'm always holding the fields, the poles, the polarities corrected as into my root base definitely staying where it is, and also the opposing field staying exactly where it is. So I don't focus on the other side of the reversal. I only focus on keeping the polarities corrected to what is defining, not having my tail, my root base fire reversed up to the head. So that is the reversal that's happening is once root base, their tail is being lifted up to the head put down to the tail, finding their fire is up in their head where it's not supposed to be, and it is acting like as a beacon emitter, emitting energy out and up as an anti-gravity field. And this is where the anti-dimensional channel is actually feeding off people that aren't aware of correcting their poles and holding their poles and also keeping their basic modulation structured. So when I do let go of this, I'm very at a point of reference, a region where I'm very energy aware. When I let go of the poles and I'm interfered with, it's still a development, perceived technique of modulation, but eventually shall be stabilized. So when I hold the poles, I'm at an awesome energetic state where I'm feeling balanced and well and having that euphoricness and joy. But when my perception goes, as in it's still in development, sometimes there's major frequency interference, reversal attempts. When it goes, when it's released and the poles are reversed, automatically I get trembly and shaky. Some people say, oh, that's anxieties. There's no such thing as anxieties. That's a crashing of one's energetic fields. The reversal to one's energetic field shall cause trembling and shaking, mild anxieties to severe anxieties. With that held long enough, there'll be a type of phobic and paranoid scripting perception augmented to one's thought core. And also pain. Pain is a crash of energetic fields. When my fields are reversed, I get sore in certain parts of my body. And if I don't correct it, that soreness continues on for months. It does not go away until I correct the poles and stabilize it and hold them. And then give me about 5 minutes. And guess what? I'm symptom free. Okay, so it is a huge energetic manipulative system where once poles are reversed, their energies are crashing because the fields have been reversed. Within that crash is all anguishes, pains, torments, distresses, symptoms, and with that, definitely trembling and shaking that is identified as a crash field of one's energies crashing because they're going the wrong way. Instead of conducting down, that gravity is down and in, their fields have been reversed to up and out, anti-gravity. That's not their normal state of condition. So what happens when one's energetic fields are reversed? If you can put your two fists together and push on them, that's what's exactly what's happening. If one stays in that state long enough, then the vessel starts to have deterioration. They may break down, have a nervous breakdown, etc., etc., etc. And definitely that's where aneurysms, strokes, heart attacks, and seizures arise from, is from the reversal of the crashing of the fields.
Yeah, the unstabilized condition.
Right,
Um, I
inevitable. Yes,
I have found that whenever I've um, helped people remove safety protocol to expand their understanding and to broaden their perception, and the embolden without going through the process over a period of um, time to adjust, generally collapse in on themselves mentally. They become unstable. Thus, the body also being within, without, as above, so below, fractal,
yes,
is exactly the same. And when it meets a position of collapsing, it has become structurally disrupted. And this can be realigned through the mechanics, frequency,
yes,
intent, influence, just the same as the water with being influenced into a pure state. Um, but it requires a process of discipline. You can't just immediately expect a result, not in this particular prime material plane. It is a energy working that comes from various sources beyond perceivable states that you can work with that have nothing to do with the design and the influence that you have been given or that you've chosen to buy into.
correct. And you're right.
Jared, good to see you, brother.
It doesn't happen instantaneously, but then once again, one's efforts and the results shall be determined by their efforts, right? The more efforts I always define as the more acceleration to one's attainments. And definitely what I want to add here and just sort of end this interjection part is, if one does not correct the polarities in their energy work, also known as meditation, okay, they shall not be able to correct the fields, because at more progressed levels polarities are being manipulated, because it is a region where not many people shall investigate. So I investigated that really deep, and as in putting it to the test and trial, and proven fact to be is I cannot successfully tune my reality if I'm not holding the polarities corrected and to the basic structure that I did represent. So it is a process, and like you defined, the body shall not only self-correct, you could advance and enhance the design, the behind the veil to your body, what is known as the code format programming, and eventually not obey the laws of that world that I call the anti-light matrix manipulations. And this reflects to a quote that JC made in the Bible. Not that I go by the Bible anymore, but there are some quotes that just stuck with myself that have really deep meaning if somebody grasps it. And he fired this question as a parable is, and why do you still obey the laws of this world? You should have stated why you still obey the laws, the code format programming of this world, where this world is designed to deteriorate somebody, to decay somebody, to rot them, and to set them for an inevitable repeat, rebirth, and recycle. Where one, before perceived one leaves from here, one needs to know where they're going and basically be prepared to know where they're going. And if I can make a suggestion is, When JC defined, I shall return at the end of age, at the end of this age, well, there was probably a lot more deeper meaning of is stating where energetically somebody shall be established where I'll return when people stop aging energetically, when somebody establishes themselves. Or furthermore, he was speaking on Source's behalf that when Source is teaching people directly is when the return actually happens, and what is defined the end of age when one realizes is the best way to exit is to not deteriorate in this digital holographic body that has the potential of immortality status that it always has had. It's just one needs to reconfigure their machine, their vessel of travel, that is another projection being projected from their thought core and being adjusted from the thought core. So the safest guarantee to go where you want to go is to not die, to establish immortality, or some people may establish it. And I truly believe there is immortals walking amongst us that have been here for a very long time. They just don't reveal themselves. And some
Let
people may
me
be defining.
throw something in
Yes,
there
sure. Hang on to
for
that thought. I've almost
yes.
completed this. And so some people here and other people that may be reviewing this panel on other future times after it's been uploaded may define immortality, that's mythical and fictional. It's absolutely not mythical and fictional. If you can imagine the system, the surrogate has been corrupted with manipulation. It's given a program of deterioration to break down the cells, the mechanics, the engines. It's like a car engine. If it breaks down, that's it. The car engine shall break down. Then it needs to be. It's the engine isn't destroyed unless it is melted down. Then that's another story. But the engine can be rebuilt to where it's going to work again. That's the analogy to the body, where it's a program. Age is a program that people accept it and don't grasp the further mechanics of the energy work that needs to be done. The age program shall take effect and deteriorate the vessel. Where I will define one more time, the vessel was designed to have immortality status for the ones that do the work, where they don't need to be jumping into any other vessels or need to be rebirthed, recycled, and repeated, because that's almost like being mind wiped again and then starting over. So one wants to carry everything with what is defined one final immortal vessel that can be modulated to fit into different frequency fields, easily done, perceived as they progress into different levels. They step into different vessels. As everyday beings are stepping into different versions of themselves, determining and defining at what frequency resonance they are at, there's actually different vessels that are stepping into go to those levels.
Absolutely. And what we can give them the mechanics on to help them adjust and identify to this is whenever you retrieve a memory or whenever you're recalling a memory that you are associated with, it is a marker. And from that point to the point where you remember it is a particular span. Now, once you understand that you are not your memories, that you are not the attachments of these experiences, but you are an individualized, separate entity from them, then identifying a particular time space reference becomes non applicable to what you truly are. You are a system of potentials that observed a state of existence. And to disassociate from that and remove yourself from a particular reference of time from learned experiences and just utilize the information of knowledge and energy, you then start to be able to adjust your structure, cellular structure, um, quantum structure, particle structure, and elemental structure.
Yes, indeed. the biggest deception is to get people to think that this body is actually a solid type of device that can't be adjusted. No difference. One's body's molecules, energetic structure, mechanics is no difference than that body of water that plant could create over. Now imagine somebody aware doing this every moment they can, integrating it to their alignments of attainments, etc., their travels through their daily, nightly affairs. One aware continuously restructuring and sustaining their newly formed body shall eventually stabilize it where it cannot be influenced by what is defined the world of manipulations, the world of deception. Yeah, that's a good word.
And they have deceived people into identifying with a self-actualizing reality that limits them, controls them, gives them a definition, and takes from them the potential of possibility.
Yes, as one believes, they program. As one is deceived, I should say. I don't believe in the word believe. As one is deceived, they accept the programming of manipulation, deception, and deterioration and degradation and control, realizing it's all this exists to a certain dialed set frequency where certain beings have constructed a frequency lock control system to keep people locked in what I define that controlled devolved surrogate energy machine vessel molecule that has limitless potential. That's what beings have been robbed from.
Yes, absolutely. And I, as a revolutionary digital drug dealer in the metaverse, want to bring that information and mechanics and allow people the potential to do that work, to understand how the mechanics of this works before they do it again, because they have the capacity to rewrite any narrative at any point in time in this new frontier. They can manipulate. They have the ability to deal with you directly cerebrally instead of physically. This is to the core of your understanding and being. And that is your centralized sense of identification. And unless you guide it into a state of undefinable position, or you find only reference to your own state of understanding and being, and you're not influenced by your surrounding construct, whether it be physical or the metaverse, then you have at least a chance for self development, understanding, and even moving into different states without a system of influence and control over you.
Right.
Liberation.
See, what they want people is to have the perception things are set in stone, where in actual fact, one has the capabilities of limitless variables that do exist for a better existence. Now, if somebody wants to be shady and engage in manipulations, well, you see, those are the beings that are locked into certain frequency quarantine zones because to progress to illumination, one must be under complete self-regulatory control, as in, for my being is, I definitely do not ill wish or any other type of what is perceived as negative thoughts towards somebody else or something. That's really not my business because I understand to progress into what is defined returning to the core past origins, not into the future. I never traveled to the future. That's the biggest deception. Past core origins is where regions and levels where we were not manipulated. And to get to those core origins, one needs to be self-developed and qualify, sustaining certain thoughts because we're arriving to thought acceleration, projection, programming, perceived manifestation, phase and templates of what one experiences throughout their travel. So in actual fact, any being who's regulating themselves perceived to anti-light, that is the true perceived darkness, not the illumination darkness. That's different. That's illumination. But if one is truly engaging in anti-light, then they have quarantined and locked themselves through their ignorance of utilizing anti-light programming that is designed to resonate as a set stone frequency quarantined lock. So there's nothing cool about being perceived a hater to other people and et cetera, and having deceptive agendas to deceive, trick somebody, blah, blah, blah. You're only beings doing this are only doing it to themselves. They are locking themselves out of the potential of entering what I define luminary regions of levels of unlocking their manipulations and evolving once again to bass core origin levels where really there is no limitations and limits to doing what is defined, creating a better existence for oneself that definitely shall affect, have the influence, if somebody so chooses, of another person potential to get them motivated to take this path rather than staying on that path that is actually a deceptive path. But as you know, growing up from just going through the process from growing up, of course, we go through the ego, that reverse field side of you, where it's like, how could I define it? I'm sure people have been through it, where it's a rebellious type of person, and it's not made for. One isn't projecting a better existence. They're actually sort of locking themselves into set rules and configurations of what I define anti-light mode fashions of. I belong to this group, I belong to that group or that group, etc. As in different groups hang around with different groups of mode fashion that I define it, that they align with, that are compatible.
Yeah, they self-actualize off of others, thus guilt, shame, um, being resistant of extreme broadened states because it's not accepted or understood, and your insatiable need to actualize through other people's observations of you. Or it's not what others think of you, it's what you think of them.
Right, right. And it's almost a sense where I can define in my younger days of travel and, self development, where being kind of rude, disrespectful, energetically, of course, it's all being done to myself, thinking that certain ways of acting and being cool are actually really a messed up way of somebody locking themselves out of potentials of a better existence reality. So I realized everything I was doing it onto myself. Not really, you can't really do onto somebody else, anyways. What somebody does, they're always locked into what is defined their own sphere of existence. Always has been like that. Where perceived the mirror, the karma perceived is actually one, and receiving back energetic feedback to what they're doing, and eventually, if enough of that builds up, it turns around to bite somebody on their ass and rattle their cages and give them a wake up call, whether some people realize it or not, and take a different route and path, saying, if I do this, this, and that, I feel like this. If I do that, that, and this, then I don't feel so good, and shit hits the fan, and I have a bad day perceived. But if I do this, I have an awesome day, and awesome events, awesome energetic fields. So in actual fact, every being does it to themselves, but I will define this. There's a lot of influence from programming, media, articles, etc., that can have influence, but initially, one makes the initial decision and choice whether to be deceived to utilize that type of programming.
Exactly, and that comes with also the metaphysical and esoteric endeavors that people take on. Um, true, true development of whatever you would consider to be esoteric or metaphysical is, it transpires and takes place in the undefined state where imagination has all potentials, and you can reinforce that by self-actualization of that energy. And the system and processes that they use through these metaphysical terms in books and such forth are generally a type of potential of chaos, whereas the true understanding individual of the language of creation will use the foundation of mathematics, which has a repeatable and solidified result every time.
Right. And I like what you represented. Imagine. Now, when
Yeah.
somebody is imagining something, it's not just fictional or something that doesn't exist. That's where it all starts, is with the thought photos, pictures, designs in one's thought core. When one is having thoughts, perceived imagining, those are variables of things that have the potential to exist. And the more one acts upon them, is the more they align to those thoughts of imagination, or they actually are solidified, projected into one's reality experience of events. So it is a very interesting. And this
And
arrived myself.
that was well put, Singh. Thank you. That was very well put.
You're welcome. And this also arrived to a scene in Star Wars where Ben says to Anakin, "Be careful, Anakin. Your focus determines your reality." Now that hits bang on. If that doesn't hit bang on, I don't know what else does. But eventually, one's focus leads to the projection into the reality of events.
We've lost
And
your
I want.
audio, Singh. There we go.
Oh, you got it. Okay. So you missed some of
Yeah,
my
you're
audio.
back now. Just
Okay.
for a
How much?
second there.
So
You're good now.
what's the last thing you heard?
Right after your uh, projection of energy creates, or your focus creates your reality.
Okay, yeah, I didn't miss much. Okay, that it was pretty well there that it finished. So I went quiet. I think nothing cut out. I sort of paused. But also want to bring a quote of the Bible, which has a lot of meaning. Okay, there's this uh, story in the Bible. I don't remember the numbers, but anyways, they were traveling in an ocean, right? And this one captain of the ship was sort of narrating, and he defined this: "What we feared most has come upon us." Is everybody grasping that? What they feared. Fear. What is fear? Fear is a strong focus on negative events that one doesn't want to happen. So you see, the more you focus on what is defined fear is an acceleration energy to an event you don't want to happen. This is where one needs to realize their insecurities and fears are alignments of what is defined potential. If they stay on course with that alignment of focus, it shall manifest eventually. So that quote, "What we feared most has fallen upon us. What we feared most has been projected. We projected the alignment into our reality." So, like I defined, the Bible has some awesome quotes, but it's parables and it's not a blueprint and manual to be described in detail. And some people can grasp it, some people can't. But once again, the Bible's very dangerous. It's got all alchemization of luminary and anti variables of projection manifestation. Is the ultimate book of chaos, but also very dangerous book, because I label books that have accurate information and also mixed with them not accurate information, very dangerous books that entrap somebody in a lost labyrinth that is very hard to figure out. Where, yeah. So if you
Well,
mix a little bit of,
anybody with the mind to discern would immediately recognize one thing. Okay, the information that they have in the Torah or any of the Kabbalistic type information was information that was gathered prior to the cataclysm through Samaria into captivity into Babylonia, where they probably raped and pillaged whatever sacred information pre-cataclysm that they could, and they recorded it within the text. And then even in their state of Egyptian captivity, where Moses, one of the high priests of Egypt, next in line to be Pharaoh, freed them apparently, also took that information and the understanding that they had and incorporated it into what would be the Torah or the writings of Moses.
right.
But this is a compilation of information that was accessed and borrowed from other cultures.
Right. And I've come to an understanding that any written book can be corrupted with a slight adjustment of what was accurate information perceived as not manipulated information. And probably the manipulators figured this out too, is where, well, they definitely did, right? I haven't seen a book that would be an accurate manual. And from my perception, Axis, the only accurate manual book archives is within one's thought core when they start doing the work, accessing information from different frequency levels.
Absolutely. And do the math, because the math is the language of truth. If you accept any answer for an equation, then you're easily deceived because you don't understand the concept of the formula and how the mechanics of that works. And with these particular understandings of all these denominations and this Semitic teaching and understanding, you've got to completely understand that there is encoding and there is a system and a procedure of mathematics that they use to encapsulate information that they restrain from you. It is a
Right.
part of the language of creation. Remember, Abraham come out of Babylon.
True. And this is where a lot of the ancient tablets that were written on stone were destroyed. Why were they destroyed? Because they were a threat. They were accurate. They couldn't be altered on stone, so they had to destroy them. Or maybe they
As
just hid them somewhere. But definitely, accurate information shall assist somebody to what I define create a better existence reality is exiting the anti-light system. And if there was books written with complete accurate information, or they are accurate, then I could imagine that things might have been different if it was integrated into society, taught to society in schools, rather than teaching all the disinformation. But then once again, want to exit the system to create a better existent reality, they have to do the work, do the research. But well, then once again, the immutable information is in one's thought core archives, frequency resonance levels to be attained, access. So, in actual fact, the information could never be destroyed. It's just beings have to figure out how to access it. Where,
well, I'm sure that a lot of the hidden information that they have removed from most people's access has the mechanics written within it. And
well,
that's
correct,
what
yes.
they do not want you to have. They do not want you to have the mechanics. They can show you all the subsurface potential of esoterics and how to develop one sense of self actualization. But the information that came pre cataclysmic and the information that is restrained from people, that's the mechanical information that everybody is seeking.
Yes, and everybody has a perfect replica copy in their thought core, like I defined to exist and participate in this existence called existence. One needs to have the console. The console is the thought core, their mind, their computer, basically their projector to their projection. And one needs to have the disk of all accessible information, anti-light or luminary. One has it if they choose. Now, all one has to do is realize they have the archives, the disk of all this information in their thought core, and just sift through it like a computer. Identify the file, retrieve it, activate it, sift through it as you receive information, do the work. And the more work one does, the more one opens up doors, frequency resonance, levels of archives of information. This is what it's all about.
And that's relative to a computer. If you understand programming language, then you can write the program and you can work within that particular program's range, system, and design. You remove the errors out of it. Those things that are considered, we'll call them programming demons. You want to get rid of such things. And you want to get rid of distorted or uh, malevolent manipulative code so that you have a clean running system that you have written in computer language. Thus, the higher performing and more utilizable program. Or, if you want to go a step beyond that, operating system.
Correct. That's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. It's like a computer. You know what? Once they get too slow and they start getting infiltrated with viruses and they start glitching, it's time for a new console, a new computer. Perceived a better enhanced and advanced thought core, perceived on the next level of attainment, one receives a more advanced thought core computer. With that, the vessel, that is the projection of the computer, the thought core, into one's reality. And so it is like exactly like you stated it is if one could perceive themselves as navigating through a computer system and their thought core being a very advanced and enhanced sentient symbiotic computer that's unified to source, and source is the ultimate programmer, all we need to do is ask source for the programs we need, perceive any variables, and we receive it. And as we receive it, ask it's the digital data transfer, and then we'll receive it, activating and installing it. Aware is acting upon the information and putting one's efforts to completing whatever has been represented as information. It's almost like this, like in the movie Matrix, where Trinity needs a Apache helicopter program. She doesn't know how to fly the helicopter, but she knows Mouse, the operator behind the console, that can give her the digital data programming. If she accesses him, she dials him up, says, I need Apache helicopter program. He goes onto the keyboard, uploads it to her, gives it to her. She downloads it. And then in a few seconds, she's got the Apache helicopter program, knows how to fly the helicopter off the top of the building to get away. So in actual fact, that's how it actually does happen. And it happens quite fast. Sometimes could happen just as fast. Sometimes not as fast, but then once again, certain aspects can be accelerated and certain aspects cannot be accelerated. So one
Well, that's a
has the
part of the neurochip cell is that you will have instant access to information no matter how technical it is. It's just applying that stimulation to muscle memory or being guided by the bioelectric impulses that are sent off by that chip that control the muscle stimulation, and you don't need the memory. It actualizes itself through the chip. That's one of the selling points.
right. And then once again, I'm going to draw another scene of the Matrix where Neo is first introduced to the system and he's uploading all these programs and he uploads Kung Fu and he's like, he's getting all the download. In his head, he's like, he's kind of breathing heavy, he's stimulated, he's feeling good. He's like, I know Kung Fu. Well, that's sort of what exactly one could attain and reach at certain references and regions. Well, somebody might say, well, what's the point if you don't need to learn the technique? Well, at that time of arriving there, one realizes they don't need to go through the lag of learning techniques, where it's an actual, the technique itself that somebody develops is a program that always has been developed. So why waste moments in practicing things when you need not practice and further enhance and accelerate yourself to more advanced methods? Yeah, methods.
Well, you can give anybody information and a discipline, and you can expediently hand them a book with the understanding of this technique. But until they go through the process of the work, they will not have the discipline that is required to understand the mechanics of how it truly operates.
Correct,
You know,
correct. The
that's
application to the efforts to development of the technique, yes, I, yes, for certain travels, yes. But what I was describing about receiving like that, that's to a more advanced and enhanced reference and region of existence, navigation, travels. Well, I agree. It's all a process of upgrading the one's thought core computer, of accelerating themselves to being able to apply the technique, learn it faster, and then eventually have another technique applied, learn faster. Efforts are equal results, acceleration, etc. Then eventually, one shall get to the stage where I define we return to core origins, return levels where we're comprehending how molecule construction works with this digital holographic existence. One realizes they're in their thought or they're in their projection, and then eventually, when arriving to certain levels of core origins, like a video game, feature unlocked, digital holographic in the moment printing, where you're creating things out of the molecules, right? So
Right.
it's a process. It's a great process, and I wouldn't want to be traveling to any other reference and region where we return to core origins uh, in the moment builds, where we don't rely on no one or anything to build our own, construct our own reality. Of course, participation with the experience of events with others, beings in existence, is priceless. But this is when we become totally self-sufficient and non-reliant on anything perceived as to what is defined uh, materialism. The necessity for currency, then we go beyond because there's no necessity for it.
Well, that's why I consider this the new frontier, and it's a revolutionary frontier because you can, instead of going through the process of reading a book, or having to spend years to understand a process, that information is now immediately accessible, and it can be demonstrated through Audible, so that you don't have to actually read a book. You just sit back and listen or watch the video. Or you can even utilize programs to execute, uh, we'll call it defense or offensive techniques in the metaverse digital realm programming, such as VPN. Uh, you have your virus protection, your firewalls. It's a whole new concept of exactly what we do in three-dimensional prime material space, but accelerated in this particular digital frontier now. And with that will come an incredible amount of abuse, which we've already seen by the undisciplined minds that utilize immediate satisfaction, gratification, and power instead of the exercising of discipline.
Right. The abuse, though, as we progress, the abuse stays in its own frequency compatible field. We move to different frequency fields that act as our firewall gates that prevent, like you define, abuse exactly. Because as we progress, you see access, as you probably realize. I'm not waiting around for nobody. I'm arriving to what is defined the regions and references that I've been given as to a better existence reality. And we don't wait for anybody. We establish ourselves in our own projection spheres of existence, perceived private metaverses, our own copy projections, as everybody exists in their own copy projection, realizing we're not waiting around for nobody to create a better existence reality. There's no locks and blocks to that. And the acceleration is going to be determined by our efforts. Now, the abusers, the manipulators, are going to stay with their own kind and their own frequency of compatibility, perceived quarantine gates that they're putting themselves into by ignorance.
Yeah, they can't self actualize. They depend on the construct, a peer group, a delivered foundation of information, or even coherency with relevancy in the digital realm, because they have not developed the sense of undefinable self actualization, which is just the easy way of saying you haven't identified yourself as unlimited potential. So therefore, you aren't able to define and actualize without a reference point. And that's not
Right.
everybody. That's just the majority.
Yeah, and they're on their path of travels, and I've realized also accesses the system has been designed for a self-correction path where it is designed to keep people moving, self-correcting, and reestablishing, returning to what I define core past origins, where before the manipulations happen. Because if there was no design, then people would loop in the what is defined the frequency locks of stagnation, of course, doing it to themselves. But there is assistance, but it's going at its own pace, as trials and errors, and what they say: with no pain, there is no gain. And there are certain aspects where self correction is inevitable. It's like a sentient symbiotic computer. Once it reaches a certain stage, it's going to self correct and basically correct all errors and be most efficient to the more efficient route of programming, right? So, in actual fact, every
Yes.
being is designed to self correct. And as they self correct, things start to happen and change, and then acceleration happens. It's like a sentient symbiotic computer that's been offline for a long time. People who are in stagnation, frequency locks, and once they start to get on the path, it starts to self-correct and accelerate. Then, in no time, somebody who wasn't so intelligent can go to superhuman intelligence in a matter of a short period, because that's the way sentient symbiotic systems are designed, to not have no perceived lagging time, where once it hits a certain reference, it's like boom, it's like an evolution of the species, the person that made the efforts to get there.
And we've seen that within the last 200 years in the prime material or physical world. And we're observing it in expedient development in the digital now.
Yes, it's a process, and everybody's at their own path of choice of acceleration. This is the greatest part: is nobody really controls anybody else's path, the choices that they make. Right? We could have influence, but whether somebody applies the information to accelerate themselves is another story, or is another
Well,
path.
that's the key is I'm a node, you're a node. And if we do not um, give this information out and allow it to be available, then we have denied potential to those that can perceive it. And that's a part of seeding the revolution into the further frontiers of technology. Either you're dealing with a state now where processors and algorithms can outthink a person or even states and systems beyond dimensional cohesiveness. And that was proven with Willow and what they're developing now. And if you can't remove yourself from that and put yourself in an undefined state because you can't be accessed, then um, you're up against a very powerful new environment. And hopefully, this information that we're sharing, especially now, can help them remove from the layers and the programming and the influence and being enveloped and engulfed completely by this and have some self actualization in a non determined state. And
Right.
that's the process that I'm hoping people will take away from this that are at least minded enough to understand.
Right. It's like almost access beings like ourselves here are accelerators in the system. See, we carry programming that we've earned to carry, and if somebody participates to our experience of events perceived what we're doing here now, potential is that they have the the variable accessible to receive the program that we've worked hard to get. So henceforth, bypassing a lot of the work we did, it's like we're carrying programs from past core origins, more evolved, advanced, and enhanced, where somebody, resonating with it, wants to connect, they listen in, some things click, well, they're receiving the programming, the variables, and the potential to enhance and advance themselves as accessible programs that were not accessible, and accessible programs that are not certain programs that are not accessible, and other frequency resonating beings. This is what I define as, you see, my existence here, it's my metaverse, and anybody who wants to participate is going to qualify and is qualified and self-developed, welcomes themselves and enters themselves to what is defined my mid-plane of experience of events, metaverse existence, perceived as friends hanging out, sharing information, just doing whatever we're doing. So an actual fact is, anybody who wants to participate in my metaverse qualifies themselves. I don't need to welcome somebody and invite somebody into my reality. If somebody is qualified and developed, shall approach myself. Like, even out in public, there's some people you can see that can look at you, and there's some people you just definitely do know they're not on the same level, right? They're in a different place. When you do eye contact, comes with eye contact. You just kind of read a filter through them, and the eyes of the other person almost hits like a repulsion field. They flick away, right?
Right.
So it is like, almost when you look at something, like when I go out, I can look at somebody and I can tell when we're sort of on the same level. And it's almost like a data transfer, but not in a bad way. It's almost like there's a connection. I could feel like something connected, but not as in breaching my sphere or that sphere, but there's been a transfer of data in a safe manner where it's not going to corrupt myself or corrupt them, right? So it is interesting. It's just like I defined, beings want to participate in certain more advanced and enhanced metaverses, then they qualify themselves by being self-developed and staying aligned to what is defined, the rules, right? The navigation of how they're regulating themselves to certain laws, code format programming. It is interesting. Interesting.
It is a energy that resonates off of individuals that is either cohesive and compatible and interpretable or not. And those energies will meet each other either compatibly and be almost like a magnetic pull, or they will meet with resistance, and there will be a
Like an
defiant.
anti-crash. Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. Evening, new guru. Good to have you. And Jared, thank you very much, man. Yeah, I think that it's necessary at this point of the development of this technology that this information at least be shared or available, because it could be removed very easy. And this self-actualizing, identifying, and non-definable state uh, could be lost underneath the layers and layers and layers of information. And if you
Yeah.
don't know how to remove that and shed that off, then they absolutely control all narrative. I've watched a lot of esoteric channels, and I've watched a lot of these people discussing esoterics and self-development, and a lot of them will monetize their information, saying they have found a system or a path or an understanding. But I have yet to see any of them give the mechanics with a self-actualizing point of view of undefinable position. And they usually define everything that they do off of some pre-written work pre-understood history or pre-developed system. And I'm saying relinquish all that. Become undefinable with potential and then proceed into self-actualization. And that's a part of the mechanic process of what they have in their power right now and have utilized against everyone for a very, very long time.
Yeah, and I see that in many platforms on YouTube where they're giving assistance perceived, to create a better reality in that, but they don't have the manual to the core blueprint, and it's just like, you know, not telling you how it's done, to the what you would define as the mechanics. I define like the core blueprint manual, where there's more detailed information to give somebody comprehension how it's actually done and the process of doing it.
Yeah,
And what
it's
you
kind of like the difference between shareware and purchasing a program that may do
Yeah,
something a little more adequately than shareware. But when you start writing your own programs
yes.
to utilize, then that's a whole different perspective. And then when
But
you
I
start utilizing your self actualization as an operating system against the constant with the fundamentals of understanding the four structured elements and the variations of mathematical equations that create state, this becomes almost a blank piece of paper that you can write upon and draw any potential from through imagination and projection. Energy.
I like what you brought up, because I was trying to describe what these people are actually doing on their platforms. It is like this: if I give you a developed program, you don't have the programming that developed the program perceive the technique. So, what in actual fact is, it's almost like giving somebody a finished product of how it's how it's completed. Here's the technique like this, but the actual details behind it of what develops the technique, as what you define as developing the programming to the program, right? Knowing how the program is developed is knowing, okay, the program developed would be the knowledge. Now, the programming that develops the program would be the wisdom, where one can't lose it because they know how it's done.
They know how to write the code or repair the broken car
Exactly.
or the broken state of existence. They can repair that
Yes.
themselves, and it's generalized by the understanding of equation in this prime material plane. That is the language of truth. And the fundamentals are the four basic elements. And that is as simplistic as you can get if you can apply an undefined potential or undefined potential of self-actualization to it. It becomes like sculpting clay, um, an unlimited box of crayons in every hue and color that could ever potentially be imagined into infinity. Those are the keys that they took from people.
Right. This beings are going to return to the potential that they always were.
If you lock and define yourself to the 8 crayons in a color set, then there's going to have to be a lot of blending and mixing and compatibility to achieve anything beyond those 8 colors. But when you unlock the key, or it's like shining a singular light into a crystalline structure, it reveals a full spectrum.
Correct.
Thus, a solid foundation within self. Another thing that people need to comprehend too is information is discovered. And when people interact to find information, they have made it easy for you to interpret with technology. Google, search engines, YouTube, whatever. But there's also that same potential in the prime material state because you are entangled with your own consciousness in a proxy state. You are just here in this prime material place as a proxied observer from a non-localized position, thus entanglement.
Correct. Until one realizes they are the logic that reprograms the proxy, that's when the reality changes. That's where the logic is actually restructuring at the programming level, that the proxy is the finished program, right? And this is where many people got locked into the modes of what is represented as the finished proxy of the rules of what I define the anti-light matrix, that is actually locks and blocks proxies of finished programming.
Yeah, because they have not went within to discover what their proxy has available to them. There's a cutoff that seems to keep them from and that's the system of control that they've been uh, introduced to and engineered by, that keeps them from understanding that that proxy, we'll call it a divine state of perfection, that is entangled with their being now, is accessible, and all that information is discoverable.
Right. It's almost like this. Give me 1 second, Axis.
Sure.
I just had to belch. Okay. So it is like this. I'll give you the reverse field perception that locks everybody out of their core programming projection. When one isn't aware that they're actually in their projection thought core. Right now, as we talk, everything you see in your room, people here participating, you're in your projection thought core. This is programming from your thought core, your console, your disk copy perfect replica of all existence. Now, beings walk around through this existence not having the perception, not even realizing that they are in a projection. They can't access their programming until they know they're in their projection, being projected from their thought core, their console, that is interdependent from anybody else's thought core and console. It's like a multiplayer video game with different people around the world. They need to have their own console and disk to that game to participate, called all of existence. When one starts to realize that, then integrating it, of course, with what they know about the mechanics that I define as energy work and energy frequency tuning, then one starts to affect their projection at the projector, their core, their console, with the programming disk perceived that they have their thoughts. Then they can start to feasibly affect their reality. But what I define places, things, technological devices, yes, but no person is to be ever attempted to be controlled or manipulated. If so, somebody attempts that, then they are manipulating and themselves actually and getting themselves entangled to frequency locks and quarantines, as in no-nos to progress in more luminary progressive levels. So it all starts with being informed that, you know what, we're sitting in here now experiencing is our own projection in our thought core.
Yes, it's an entangled state of our consciousness that is outside of our understanding of this consciousness because we have removed ourselves or not been informed that this is what is an actual state. And this can be definable by you're interacting with a video game. You
Yeah.
are the player controlling what would be considered a sentient or a conscious representation of you in a digital arena. Well,
That's
this
right.
particular state of existence is exactly the same, and the consciousness that you're entangled with is accessible.
Yes, you're controlling your own avatar. When you realize this game console is your own movie. You're the scripter, the director, the narrator. But the part about this that sucks is if somebody doesn't realize they're controlling their own avatar and creating their own movie game within the game multiplayer, then their avatar shall get hijacked by beings who are perceived on the anti-light agenda that are perceived as handlers, perceived handling other people, controlling them. You know what I mean? I'm sure you've
Yeah,
people participating here have
I
seen
do.
other people that are so compliant to what the relationships, whether friends or girlfriend or boyfriend, husband or wife, how some are so controlling and they obey, they won't even question anything. Is this like their avatar is being totally controlled? I've seen the situations where somebody doesn't really want to do something, but they're kind of they do it because they don't want to disrespect the other person or state what they want to say. Hey, I think that's a fucked up idea. I don't want to do that, right? Or do this or that.
Right? And it also defines the NPC, the auto person that is on a auto programmed directive that has no identification of their entangled consciousness or
Right.
non-local consciousness.
It's like access, like you defined. I'll add something to that video game analogy. It's like when one becomes aware, they're in their own projection and they're controlling the projection to what is authorized. One takes the controller out of everybody else's hands and never gets played, manipulated, or scripted because one holds their own joystick to their own video game that they are now modifying at the programming level to be beneficial. So in actual fact, yeah,
Exactly.
that's a good analogy where somebody who's not taking hold of the reality and regulating themselves and doing their work needed, someone else will always have to the majority of the time the controller to puppeteer. And guess who has it the majority of the time is the beings who are manipulating certain aspects of technologies where they're controlling people's joysticks to their reality projection existence game.
Yeah, they laid down the arena or the projected arena that you are going to interact with, such as buying a video game, we'll say Call of Duty, and you're in this game by proxy. You are controlling an individual that you are utilizing as a representation of your consciousness. And you will have ups and downs, ins and outs, and whatever until you become extremely proficient at playing that video game. Well, that's the same with this construct. Your consciousness is a by proxy. And the more adapt that you come to understanding this environment in such a manner, the more that you are able to access that by proxy consciousness.
Correct. And then you program your own game, your own reality
Yes,
existence. And creating a better existence begins exactly by accessing the proxy, the core programming, as in you being the logic, the programmer to your video game existence projection.
yeah. And this is a part of the mechanics of development. And people don't, people were removed from that information, and that information was removed from them. But it is quite self-evident in the ancient structures and information pre-Common Era that they were quite aware of this. They were aware that they were in a proxy state
Yes,
within the mathematics.
but once again, this type of information would have been probably in certain organizations where people still held the knowledge that was not corrupted or manipulated, right? So what we're discussing here, probably nowhere else on this planet, shall be discussed. Not for a while. Not for a while.
No,
What?
it won't. It's thing, and that's the thing, is why I consider this revolutionary.
Right. So this is like the what do they call it? The Templar Circle of the elite.
Well, it's information that should be available, but has been restrained and hidden from damn near most everybody, unless you've been in those schools or in that arena of teaching and learning and development.
Right. Because this is what actually is the core blueprint of accessing one's change to their projection.
Yeah, it is understanding that you can achieve a symbiotic exchange between that entangled state of consciousness. And even the remnants of Egypt, it was written within the framework of their architecture. And these are some of the, if people are really interested, these are some of the teachings that are associated with some of the organizations that are considered, I don't know, like
The deep
Masonic.
secrets. Yeah, the deep
Yeah.
secrets.
The Masonic order, the Kabbalah, the secret societies, or that state of esoteric information to be able to work with the construct of reality.
Right, and realizing, very important, realizing what aspects can be changed with no consequence, perceived penalty, stagnating oneself with frequency resonance locks, and knowing what has no consequences that accelerates one and keeps them progressing into different, more evolved frequency levels of existence. So, in actual fact, those fraternities, those organizations, because of how they're structured, they're sort of, they may have this information, but to actually apply it and be accelerated will be stagnated, determine defining of what their organization is doing, right? It's like, yeah, because a lot of those ones, I would never participate in any of that. It's just, I just see it as a stagnation of certain aspects that I don't regulate myself by, because certain aspects of programming I don't use because I know it is a stagnation, right? So maybe some of the people participating in those organizations do accelerate, but eventually when they get outspoken, try to assist others, they become an outcast and become what is defined, attempted to be controlled again and manipulated. So it is interesting.
Well, yeah, that's why I infiltrated all the philosophies, religions, and esoteric mystery schools that I could. It wasn't to become adapted to them or an acolyte to them. It was to understand that potential of information that they retained from everyone, that they kept. And it wasn't a overall one particular school had all the information. Not at all. It was me going through various uh, esoteric and fundamental philosophy and religions to find the whole.
Yeah,
It was
exactly.
fragmented.
Yeah, it's just like myself. You realize too that what you seeked and what you had was a lot more than what was offered through the books or teachings. So it's just like this. I read the Bible many times in the past, many years ago. I realized, that book was like a beginner's manual. I call it baby manual now, where I had to move beyond these books written in this system as information to assist myself. But it was something that assisted myself to have the curiosity and roused me to want to seek more, right? But eventually I realized as I've reached this point is there's no book that can teach me these things, that the information that has been revealed to myself as yourself to these organizations were like a catalyst to get you kind of roused and going. Then eventually you move beyond them. I would define surpassing them, definitely.
Well, one of the secrets that I have not revealed and I kept secret was last summer when I was pushing myself to the brink of death, is whenever I understood that my consciousness was just a proxy. And that opened up an unlimited and undefinable connection of potential.
Right, it was a threshold, that a defined gate that you had to transpire and go through.
Yeah, had I not, I wouldn't have recognized or understood that, this is definitely a proxied state. And it was by pushing the limits of physical endurance to the point of this consciousness leaving this state that I was able to comprehend and understand the proxied uh, consciousness that is entangled with this state.
Right. So it's almost like before jumping into your new version of yourself, perceived different level of attainment, you had to go through the threshold, and basically that's when a lot of like you defined, you gave yourself a good beating, but an aware beating, where it was necessary to get the cage rattled, to go through every frequency fence of the next level. There should be a threshold where one may perceive struggles and certain health ailments may arise and this and that. But boom, once you get through it, all that just disappears, and then there's a new version of oneself where they are a lot more healthier. Their vitality, health, and image, parts, energies, functions, and also the reality projection stabilization, awareness to hold that reality is a lot more stabilized. So thresholds for every frequency fence going through to the next level, there's always a threshold getting through the old one to what is defined the more progressed one.
And to bring to everybody's understanding, that sense of higher self that everyone is talking about to try and achieve is just being in a state of communication with your proxy consciousness. And as you exist now, almost as in a state of a video game, your higher entangled consciousness will help protect and guide you. And it's probably what intervenes in certain situations to keep your ass alive.
Right. And I like the way you stated your higher consciousness. Now let's take this to, well, you define something like it always guides you. Yes. See, once most evolved and advanced and enhanced version of themselves perceived in the future is not in the future. It's actually in the past core origins, reference and region before we were manipulated. Once not manipulated being at all is at the core origins, reference and region. So in actual fact, we're sort of returning through levels, progressing to our core origins where we were not manipulated. So when one is aware of this, the only place that source uninterfered information transfer exists is at their core origins being, because once core origins being is what it defined to a state of an extension of source first perspective seed fusion, where they have access to all the information they could need that is not corrupted. So one wants to connect to their core origins version of themselves, and that's where they want to derive the information, that where their being is unified, what I define fuse the first perspective seat, wisdom, intellect, and vision with source. And when one connects to their core origins version of themselves, they start to get what is I define as precognition vision, where they start to see events and comprehend them and understand them, because the movie, as we are directing it, returning to our core origins, can be revealed. Because if you go to the end of the movie, your past core origins, that is your beginning of being restored, the whole movie already has transpired and played. Everything you're going to do, the variables for a better existence, you already know. To a degree, you shall be informed that what is arriving for yourself and the variables to a better existence. That makes it a lot easier to attain and sustain connection to what is defined the proxy, the core programming from the logic, the programmer.
Yeah, and that sense of everything is you I guess unified. Well, in this particular state, everything is relevant. Um, but outside of that, that state of divinity is in a system of entanglement relative to you. And that higher sense of consciousness is an observation from a full perspective, such as you looking at a video game.
Yeah,
Um,
it's a, yeah. It's like it's like watching the whole movie. You know what's going to transpire through the whole movie because you finished the movie. And
mhm.
playing a video game and finishing all the levels many times flawlessly, when you play that video game next time, you're going to pass all the levels because you finished the game many times. No difference than arriving to your core origins being past core origins that's finished all this restoration, reformation, rehabilitation process that I call it now. That if you finish the video game and all the levels, possibly you could derive all the information before engaging in the video game, but certain aspects of the information precognition vision is not granted. But I will define this. There are certain aspects of precognition vision where I know certain aspects of certain things that assist myself. It's like studying a video game before playing it and getting all the cheat codes. Of course, you're going to pass it or do a lot better, right? Because you've been informed about the video game's traps and do this and that, say this and that, go there, choose this, instead of choosing that, the variables, right? To give you the game.
And also, once you have experienced the mechanics and you consciously, in this plane, understand those mechanics, then the conscious part of you that you're entangled with or proxied with is able to work with those mechanics, and you can develop potentials for new video games beyond this particular aspect of prime material existence. And
Correct.
that's within also quantum mechanics and quantum physics and the relevancy to actual physics.
Right. And I like what you defined. Is this is just one video game. There's so many metaverses to experience as we start traveling and returning to where we can perceive and be aware of how to tune to these other available metaverses. That this is just one we've been locked into to participate. Look at it this way: this is somebody else's metaverse where we've been here a long time with some shitty rules. Okay, and I do mean shitty rules. I'll give you an example of how metaverses function, okay? So when we go to sleep, we dream. It's not a dream, okay? We're going to various metaverses. Sometimes I've traveled to perceived astral travels, metaverses, where I'm in a deep, relaxed state, not asleep, but some asleep. But I'll tell you how metaverses should be, the more desirable ones. Okay, so I went to sleep in the dream state, the metaverse travel. I arrived to this facility, this structure, this organization. Within that was like a carnival. Within that, other organizations with other events to experience, all desirable, awesome. Before entering the metaverse, what was outside the doors, accessible to me, I guess it's like the video game unlocked feature for me, was these big wads of cash floating in the air. There might have been 50 grand in each wad. They were like semi-transparent ghosts, and I already knew the rules that I received to that metaverse is just touch the money so you can have money to go into that facility and enjoy whatever is available there. So I touched one wad. There was many other ones. That wad was like 50 grand. I didn't need any more to go in there. So as soon as I touched it, it phased into solid state cash, and I entered in there with what is described as the ticket currency to do whatever was available there as in services. Interesting. Now, that got myself thinking about this metaverse is what a shitty metaverse to be participating in and playing by somebody else's rules where they have access to their metaverse, federal reserves, currency, etc., print as much as they want through the banks, where others are struggling like slaves to get a ticket just to have a normal life, where these beings are kind of laughing, ha ha ha. Of course they're laughing. It's their metaverse of thought projection sphere metaverse that other beings are being manipulated to participate in. So other metaverses, I've traveled to other ones. Currency has always been there and supplied. It's not like, yeah, it's not this only reality. Now, some of you reviewing this or participating directly maybe saying, yeah, but that was a dream. Absolutely not. I was revealed that's how metaverses to the more evolved references and regions function for the ones that have earned those levels of unlocking features. Now, somebody else in that metaverse may not see the currency and the cash that I had access to touch and manifest, perceive that of thin air, but it was a program they're waiting to be accessed. I already knew what the money was there. I seen it. I'm like, cool. It's like you're already informed of the core programming that you have access to, and you know what to do exactly in certain metaverses. And as we progress more, we'll be able to read certain aspects and rules of metaverses before engaging in it. So we don't go into a metaverse saying, if you enter this, you're going to be memory recalled interfered, where you're going to have a nice time, but you're not going to remember, right? Who wants to do that tango dance, right?
Well, it takes the joy out of playing a video game if you just have no opposition and you go straight to win. That's why we don't play tic-tac-toe with each other after we've developed an understanding of the game. And as far as other planes or potentials or even M theory, yeah, you are just a proxy observer in this prime material plane. And when you go to sleep, there is a connection and a communication with your proxy. And there's information exchange, but it's not coherent information in the same way like you and I are talking. A lot of it's done through imagery, symbolism, and suggestion. And other planes and realms are just as real as this because it can be interacted with your proxy consciousness.
Right. Right.
What party for one in this realm? Dom, I dropped the link. I would love to have you on panel, but you're about as elusive as a kitty cat that doesn't want to be interactive, but still uses the litter box. But yeah, the other planes and other, we'll call them universes or parallels, they're just as real to the proxy or the entangled consciousness. It's just that this particular consciousness is existing within the confines of this particular construct as an observer, interactor, and even with this new frontier and with technology and the metaverse, it's the same thing. You are projecting uh, a part of your consciousness. You are the actual observer, and you are the actual core consciousness. But what you're projecting into technology, such as these platforms, is a proxy.
Yes.
It is an interpreted digital proxy.
This is what you just described as describing all existences, what they are.
Yeah,
A proxy at the digital holographic level that potentially, when somebody is self-developed, can tune to any one of those. And then one realizes what they left behind in their core origins is their own metaverse proxy mid-plane of experience of events with rules that they fine-tuned to their better existence, reality, perceived metaverse. Let me ask you a question, Axis. Have you ever perceived that perfect world, how you would design it exactly? You know how you design it, and definitely people will have to be self-developed and qualified to enter. Have you ever had that image of that world, of how you would create it?
yeah.
Well, that's your metaverse. It exists. It's there. This is what I'm going to define to anybody participating. Anybody's going to review this in the future. That perfect world that, as you design it as a better existence, where it's going to be beneficial to everybody, it exists. That's your metaverse. That's why you have those thoughts. That those thoughts are proxy programming of existence. I definitely know my metaverse, and definitely it's an awesome metaverse. But of course, self-development to qualify and regulating oneself to the programming rules to that metaverse is a must to participate. So everybody has their own metaverse, the perfect world. Yes, you have the perfect world, but if you want to
Make
make a
sure
world
it's
where you,
individualized.
yes,
Um, it's not a blanket existence that
no,
would be a perfect world for everybody. That's
no,
why
and some
there is
people,
such
yeah,
a resistance in this particular realm, is because this is somebody else's projection that
yes,
you're utilizing.
yeah, until one realizes that they step into their own projection and correct the manipulations and sort of bust off from that other metaverse that is not desirable no more, then phase in your own metaverse as you arrive into more advanced and enhanced progressions of
Exactly.
realization.
Yeah,
And
and they've
yes,
known how to do this uh, for a long time. Well, ever since they restructured city states and societal living, since the last reset. It's just that this information has been kept, we'll say, away from general and common knowledge, and has been utilized. I utilize it and
right.
have
And,
for a long time.
yes, yes, and you've realized what I've realized is when you're in somebody else's metaverse, you're gonna play by the set proxy rules that they have made. But realizing you don't have to participate in that anymore, realizing not utilizing the programming of that proxy thought core, you step out of it. You start to see the reality of that metaverse as for what it is. And then you start to see all variables of other metaverses, but most important, of your own metaverse proxy existence, rules, construct, design, programming, that is. So it is, they're losing proxy players out of their what is perceived thought cores. And some of us who know this wisdom and knowledge that we're discussing here are the ones that used to be major players being played in their proxy metaverses, and we're departing. Well, let me define it. We've departed, some of us, and we're not returning to those metaverses because they're not desirable no more.
Plus, one of the things I was looking here at Dom's statement is uh, people in this particular plane, by proxy, being a player on the prime material plane here, the idealistic concept for most would be to be aligned with God's will, which is a narrative that was set in place in this construct that generally most of the people throughout history have been somehow subjected to in one form or another. But my understanding of being in a undefinable state, there is no narrative or will other than that which you define as a potential and you bring into this state.
Right.
Because those are just set guidelines of some type of behavior to be, within God's will. Well, if you look at God's will, He willed, according to Judaic Christianity, the creation of man, and then He regretted it. And then He went as far as to watch it be intruded upon by other things He created and perversely brought into a state of abomination. And then He destroyed it. And He allowed it to regenerate into a state of iniquity for a final plan of absolute destruction. So if you're playing to win this particular plane of existence game by those rules and that particular design, then you are within the confines of this video game, and that's as far as you're going to go.
Right. Self-destruction, manipulation, deceive oneself, self-destruction, repeat, rebirth, recycle, the decay, rot, age program, the deceptive game of the metaverse. It's like a loop for self-destruction where it's a metaverse where it's fight, guard, defend, challenge, war, resentment, hate, etc. All that the utilization of that proxy, right? That sets one to an inevitable path to stay in that proxy loop design. See, this metaverse was designed with that metaverse. I don't participate in this one anymore. That one, it was designed to loop people to stay in that metaverse while other people who are perceived the privileged ones, maybe buddies with the person who owns the metaverse, to work people, to be fancying themselves and sitting on their high horses and enjoying everything and watching everybody loop into destruction into the witty design. Right? It's a clever design, but it's exposed for what it is now. Anybody participating in that, not aware, who's to say? Eventually, beings become aware.
Well, here's an awareness that could be hopefully hopefully people catch this. When you're playing a video game, you do not become emotionally attached to the characters in that video game, even if they're defined as family members or you've played closely with other projections of consciousness in that construct of a video game. And when you shut that video game off and you walk away from it, you're not carrying around an emotional attachment for the NPCs or the perceived family members in that video game, or even a movie for that matter. And that's the same here. When you transcend beyond this particular state and you remove this position of observation back to the proxy consciousness, then you will see how irrelevant your environment was, only except for the experience of playing the game.
Right. And then you realize what a shitty video game disc this was. And then you upload a different disc metaverse and get the fuck out of that one.
Right, exactly.
It's as simple as that. I could chuckle on this and you access to it, probably others participating. It is as simple as that when you see with awareness, accurate information proxy, right? Revealing the whole metaverse for what it is, right? And its rules. Obey the rules and fuck yourself up, basically. That's what it is.
Well, that's why it kills me when I hear these people talk about soul trap or exiting the matrix. You're already outside of the matrix, and no one has a restraint on your consciousness because you are a proxy consciousness. So by being a proxy consciousness is the same as a video game. You're only as trapped in that matrix as you allow yourself to participate in it.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
for these people to talk in their nonsense because it it is relevant not only through a higher aspect of understanding of your proxy consciousness, but through this consciousness and projected consciousness that we're actually using right now through digital interpretation.
Yes. The question is for being saying exit the matrix. I got this question is, well, what matrix are you going to go to next, right? Because we're always in one metaverse or another, certain matrices for sure. So it's not a matter. Well, what is the exit? Like defining, you don't play that disc game anymore. You don't obey those rules, and you obey other metaverse rules. And you upload that disc metaverse, receive program proxy, and you participate with that one.
I don't know. It'd be kind of like either shutting your phone off completely or leaving YouTube, going to TikTok, or understanding that your entire interaction is a proxy sense of your consciousness interacting in a digital mathematical construct. And it's no different than what you're actually experiencing in the prime material plane.
Yeah.
You have those options. And you can jap out, you can self delete even in the prime material plane, but you're just going to, in that entanglement of the observer state here from your entangled relevancy or your entangled consciousness, your all observing consciousness.
I'm going to give an example here because, you know, there was a point in time where I was going, when I first woke up to this reality, I was going through just manipulative thoughts of insurgent attempts. I was watching this movie, Altered Carbon. At this one point, this guy was so depressed. Apparently, he was like a bounty hunter. He got killed, then he got uploaded into another body to continue on, and he was hired by some rich elite. This rich elite wanted to find out who killed him, but this rich elite got killed, but his consciousness was uploaded to a clone body he had by a satellite he had in space to re-upload himself in case somebody attempted to kill him. But anyways, this bounty hunter was sitting in an alley and he had this gun. He was contemplating. He just was in a shitty place. He was like thinking of exiting. So I got that crossing my mind. I'm like, not that I'd ever do, but I was kind of contemplating it. It was like maybe that be a good exit route. But anyways, I went up to Crystal Quartz or Quartz Crystal's channel when she used to make decent videos, and there was a segment in the video. She's like, thinking of shooting yourself in the head. And I was like, what the fuck? I was like, what the fuck? And she's like, not a good idea. The Matrix probably put you back in, and you'll be like coming back as a handicapped in a wheelchair, or mentally, the Matrix putting you back in, uploading you in a worse state and condition. I'm like, never thought about that part. But then I got contemplating, thinking, some of these insertions on videos are augmented. I'll give you another example. When I first woke up in the system, I was looking into target individuals, and this one guy was paranoid. He had a balaclava on while he was translating, and he was talking, and then it changed. And this is when I was sort of aware, like I was being kind of paranoid, anxietic all the time, being scripted, and it shifted. It was like this. from talking about something shifted to something completely different. It was he stated this: the reptilians are going to get you, and there's nothing you could do about it. Then he went on continuing talking normal. I'm like, what the fuck? Hold on, I gotta rewind this, bring it to a prior segment, 10 seconds. So I brought it 10 seconds, it wasn't there. I brought it 30 seconds, it wasn't there. I must have listened to it maybe 4 or 5 times. Then I realized this system is a digital holographic system, and some insurgents are designed just to give you the ultimate mind fuck to hopefully get you to a brinks of insanity where you're kind of paranoid already. Hearing this stuff wasn't assisting myself, but then I played the variables. I'm like, there's lots of manipulations going on here, and perceive people who are being worked by that metaverse system, who apparently break down and they have like mental issues. They're being worked by the system. That's all programming variables, and definitely media can be hacked where it's changed a bit. Like scripting goes in, then through my experience, I went back and I didn't find the reptilians are going to get me, and there's nothing they can do. You can do, boy. That was, and no, I wasn't on any hallucinogenics or anything. It was just like I started to realize a lot of aspects that the sentient symbiotic system can f with your head severely.
Yeah, one thing I want to answer here for Nude Guru as a perspective, awareness is just interpretation of environment through a spectrum. You are aware visually of your visual spectrum. You are aware audibly of your audible spectrum. But there are things beyond your visual spectrum. There are things beyond your audible spectrum. And there are things beyond your interpretation of your consciousness, which is an interpreter, an experiencer, observer. Cycles. You're caught up in a system of cycles. Time is not linear. Time is a fragmented space in a longer evolution of a circular system of cycles put in place, guided by the luminaries and the heavenly clock that is consistently repeating over many decades and centuries.
That loop anti-light matrix video game. Don't play it. It sucks. It's shitty. Been there, done that. Don't buy it.
Bad reviews here.
Now we're gonna wreck the sales completely. Oh, man.
Yeah, well, hopefully it does, and hopefully this detours people from buying into the narrative that they've been presented, and they understand that by non-definition and non-defining state, you are the one who creates the environment that you live in this particular prime material state, but only by proxy. And you can use resources from your entangled state of consciousness, and it will provide, whether that be your connection to what you consider God or the divine state outside of the created state, however. But once you understand the relationship and the entanglement, it is a utilizable resource for information and advantageous living in this construct. Yeah, and that's a part of living in the three-dimensional state. Is its breadth, width, depth, and time is the actual energy that determines your position. Now, how that position is relevant to you is choice and direction of where you place your manifested potential. You solidify it. And once you solidify it, there's cause and effect. But if you don't solidify it, there is no cause and effect. There is just potential. And then once you learn to create and thought form that potential and then proceed forward by projecting it into observable, coherent, prime material existence, you can experience it.
Right. It's almost like Star Wars. Be careful, Anakin. Anakin, your focus should have been your focus of thoughts determines your reality of participation, potential variables of activation.
Yeah, because the force is a representation of the entangled higher self-conscious, or the higher consciousness entangled with the player character in Star Wars. It all around you. It embodies you. It's in all things, as a cliche to Star Wars. But there is allegory there that is applicable. Your entangled consciousness, that is your proxy, is absolutely all around you and fully aware.
Correct. As it is an extension of your thought cord, the projection one exists in.
Yes. Only twice? No. No, 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 no. And that's proven, Dom, by the fact that right now I am a projection of a higher entangled conscious awareness of self, my being. And I am projecting this consciousness into a mathematical digital construct interacting with my environment and peer group here.
Right.
This is just a mathematical illusionary construct projecting my consciousness to be interactive. But can you actually physically do anything to me that will affect me? No.
Only if
And
you accept the invite of programming, then you shall respond and react to the programming variable that was represented as interaction with somebody else, right? So it's all, if one could perceive it as every thought is an invite to participation to experience of events in this digital holographic reality, then one realizes how the whole system works. Engaging in the thought to participate, then the variables you're going to some receive, some automatically perceived as the stimuli to the variable of the thought. You know, if somebody interacts with myself in a negative way, I have variables I could respond to him. Then I'm going to play the tango game, or I could see it as this person's a role player in this video game called the Anti-Light Matrix, trying to get me to participate to the Anti-Light Matrix rules, and really just not respond, as in knowing I'm not activating my thought variable of projection, interaction, programming. So we have
yeah, just a
the
second.
option.
This is to the chat before it goes on. A part of my understanding and development of all of this was from Hinduism, and the fact that all of the energies that represent personalities are just aspects, and those aspects are variables that change. I'm sorry, please go ahead.
No, that was about all I wanted to interject was, you know, the variables of engaging in anything is an option of choice before it actually starts to phase in the template of programming into one's projection. So it is all a choice that activates and aligns certain templates of programming, that is participation to events that shall have the potential of transpiring if one aligns themselves, basically accepts the invite.
Yeah, and there are different aspects of your consciousness that you can express to any situation, whether it be in the metaverse, prime material plane, or even in the higher conscious realms of your proxy, all the way within a fractal nature of infinity, because that is relevant, that is applicable within Fibonacci sequence, within the design of divine proportion and golden geometry.
Right.
I wouldn't consider them ascending or descending. I would consider them more spherical or non-directional. They are omnidirectional, and they are potentials without a linear movement. They are spherical projections, almost like round, the sun, and the encompassing bodies that represent the mathematics behind that. If the sun was linear, then you would be living on a two-dimensional plane. But the sun is spherical in the third dimension. And in the fourth dimension, you would see it as a whole. You would see the entire embodiment of the sun or the moon. And that's why they're represented as circles.
Yes.
I'm just giving an interpretation of the construct on the prime material plane. It varies from different dimensional states.
Yes, it does. Different symmetry structure.
Yes. Yeah, and it's dimensional perspective that determines your interpretation. And whenever you're dealing with proxy, you are just an observer of a dimensional state until you transcend that dimensional state with your consciousness, and that can be done by your proxy, such as dealing with digital technology and the mathematics that allow us to project our conscious state in the prime material into the digital and beyond.
Yes. And then as one becomes more aware, they see behind the veil of things, realizing.
Yeah, and especially in the prime material, they understand immediately that the language of creation is mathematics. It's the only truth you'll ever experience in solidification in this particular prime material construct.
Yes.
There are undefined states, though.
Oh, definitely. Well, eventually to be defined.
Yes, which is to be brought into coherency or
Yes.
interpretable state. Uh-oh, we have a match made in heaven. Cypher and Dominique. We have achieved agreement in the chat room. The great design has fluctuated. Sorry, Sing, I had to throw a little humor in this.
No worries. Comments are always welcome.
Hopefully, this information sees itself into other consciousnesses.
It shall.
I would like to think that this wasn't done in vain, because I really was hesitant about revealing this information, and I did a stream before this one that I was hesitant about revealing certain information. but it was a part of my acceptance of a new frontier and my application and how I was going to approach it. Kind of like a new earth. You know, this is either you can deliver your ignorance and your self-identifying, individualized, emotional self and non-develop this new environment and this new frontier, or you can occasionally interject something so profound that it can revolutionize the landscape of the digital frontier. And I
Yeah,
think that's
everything.
very much needed.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
This panel was meant to align. Like, of course, you chose to host the panel. You made the option of choice to host it. I made the option of choice to arrive here too, and then things transpire through basically participation, right? More information arrives, and some things you need to be participating with somebody else to for things to. I don't want to define go more smoothly, but to arrive to other levels of resonance, like doors being unlocked as we go through the panel, right? Things arrive aligning, things arrive aligning, where people who
Yeah, it was
are participating
highly
can comprehend.
necessary.
Yeah,
Absolutely. If you weren't here, then this information would not have been delivered as definable and as clearly by either of us. We were
correct,
able to accent the information together to help put it into a state of movement and energy and motion.
correct.
So,
And
yeah,
what I want to represent to people here is by participating. See, me and Axis have a certain level of frequency resonance, knowledge access, but when two people come together on the same frequency resonance, we actually amplifying the field and unlocking doors that where it takes a participation to unlock because that's the way some levels work. So in actual fact, right here and now, me and Axis and any Axis and I and anybody participating, it has the opportunity to accelerate themselves. So when I'm displaying this kind of information that I already know, it arrives at different angles. Same with Axis. We're actually accelerating ourselves by almost like, how could I define this? Translating information that is actually giving us different angles of teachings, information of being absorbed. So this is the way it works: is when few people participate, things are accelerated to a point where they wouldn't have been accelerated, accessible without various participating to what is defined the variables to the moment, the experience of the event. So I'm always glad to participate to these kind of levels of revelation of information.
the concept that two frequencies vibrating in resonance uh, have the potential for a much higher state of transmitted energy. Thus, Tesla technology, when he was able to reach the same frequency resonance of a structure, a building, or a bridge, he could collapse it with the energy that it produced. That's the same with you and I coming together, is we become a resonance, and anything that is within that resonant field is going to be subjected to that type of energy, amplification energy, meeting the same resonant field as an immovable object or a structured object, and it collapses. Tesla figured that out on this particular plane of existence. Whenever he was doing all this research and development with resonant frequencies.
Yeah, I read of one
So
of his
yeah,
experiments where he had to smash it because it wasn't stopping. It was a small device he designed it, but it was that device you're defining that where he stuck it to a building, the whole building started to shake.
yeah, exactly. And
Right.
that's the same with whenever like you and I are coming across, that's like having two of those little devices hooked up to the building,
Yeah,
resonating at the exact same frequency.
correct. Except our devices assist, or well, if somebody applies information shell system to basically create a better structure reality.
Yes, and that's the objective here. That's a part of the revolutionary ideal is to, instead of people coming into this digital construct by proxy of their physical being, and just blindly roaming around like uh, a tourist, they're actually developing the new frontier. They are creating it. They are developing it and themselves. Thus, we lose what would be left of, I suppose, the human side of this digital construct. In developing, you would just become a submissive part of the hive or a uh, insane um, potential
Outcast.
looping.
Outcast.
In, yeah, it's it's a whole new frontier, and I think that this type of information uh, will assist in the development of this particular frontier if people are able to utilize it and do the work. If not,
Right.
then let them become the hive minded and the governed.
Right. So let me talk about the hive mind. From my perception axis, we either are a part of one collective hive mind metaverse or another metaverse collective hive mind. Let me expand here to defining. So, what is the hive mind? The hive mind is obeying certain rules to metaverses where everybody is on a certain similar path page of utilization of programming, right? So, either way, I see it, we either in certain types of collectives through rules and regulations of metaverses where people are applying it and regulating themselves to stay in that metaverse. So nothing wrong with being a hive mind, but to desirable rules of experience of events and variables rather than just being blown by certain other aspects and being programmed by their aspects. So yeah, I call it like mode fashion collective hives where people are participating to certain modes of metaverses. But I call the anti-light matrix like a collective codependent hive mind, or luminary beings are united independent collective hive mind, where they got the independent but united with source at the same moment, but independent and united with others, but aware participation where we're united and independent here, all participating here, but after this, we go to our own separate, united, independent paths where we can be different, I guess, than being a codependent perception where certain aspects are automated, right?
Um, a, I guess a relevancy that I can apply to that would be like when you exit the mortal coil or shut down the your device or remove yourself from the internet. Well, whenever you remove yourself from the internet, your attention returns to your conscious here and is removed from interaction except for trace resonance of your being there, um, and you become back to source. Well, when you exit the mortal coil here, you return to the full state of consciousness that you are a projection of or entangled by proxy with.
Yes. Rather than being stuck in a like ghost. It's like okay, I got a good interjection here. It's like I'm participating here. I got multiple windows opened up on my computer where I'm doing multiple united and independent tasks. So when I get off this panel here, is I'm shutting down that window. It's not going to be like a codependent collective window still operating in the background where obey the rules, these rules. I'm scripting and programming. So what you define as good, yeah. It's like United Independent, yeah, here we are, united, right? But once this is finished, I shut down those windows of operation, my thought core, and return to my primary objective on my alignment of navigation, travels, phasing, programming, digital holographic existence, right? So yeah, that codependency is like a chain, right? So it's like when
Yes.
I define the anti-life matrix like is like a codependent collective hive. It's like the windows are always open there, where it's chaining somebody to a certain operating system of a program running on in the background. Where if somebody is not aware, they're going to be sort of programmed, influenced by the not aware programming running in the background, perceived windows processing being done in one's thought core. Just like a computer, like opening up so many windows doing something. When you finish using the computer, what I usually do is I shut down all the windows because I don't want them running in the background. Uses memory, RAM, but also if I
Resources.
apply that, yeah, if I apply it to the mind analogy here, it's not needed because those windows are acting as potential gateways of influence programming.
And then also, when you shut down, you are no longer an interactive virtual consciousness. You're removed, kind of like sleep or death.
Right. In a state of, I would define deep programming, working on the core blueprint of phasing in certain variables, as in experience of events, right?
Yeah, it's just a removal of your proxy consciousness. It's repeatable. That's why as above, so below, as within, without, and the variable factors of fractal nature and repeatable sets of equations. Uh, if you remove your consciousness from that, your interactive consciousness, then you have removed yourself from that particular
Right,
environmental
right,
interaction
right.
variable.
Yeah,
And they
yeah.
can't interact with you then.
Right. It's like you totally unplug from the metaverse. And if one is aware when they totally unplug of what how Axis is stated, if you pay attention, there'll be certain transpiring events that try to plug you back into the metaverse. For myself, I get airplane calls. They're like fake airplane passenger airplanes. When I totally unplug and I'm not thinking, I'm just unplugged, sort of just in the energy, aware, regenerating. There'll be usually a loud flyby simultaneously to myself being unplugged from the proxy from the matrix, right? So it's interesting. It's sort of trying to get you back in. It doesn't have to be a plane. It could be other events that transpire. But once you become aware of how they're transpiring and what they're trying to do, it's kind of a cute system, but still it's not going to work. When it's time to go, eventually we do go to what is defined other metaverses and not plug into not desirable metaverses. It's
Exactly.
interesting. It's
You
interesting.
yeah, and in this state of the metaverse, which is a proxy consciousness from your prime material or this particular state, um, environmentally in the metaverse, you're going to be met with advertisement, suggestion, manipulation, frequency, stimulation. Thus, me being a digital drug dealer, I deal in dopamine, adrenaline, various types of emotional stimulation because I understand the mechanics. And when I'm not here and you're reviewing anything that I've done, it's almost like a review of my particular life in the metaverse. It's just more accessible than the records of this particular physical adaptation of my projected consciousness in a physical state. But even outside of that, there is an observer, your proxy consciousness, that can read just the same way as we can recall ourselves in everything we've done on YouTube um, through server farms and recording. We can do that here in the material state that we are projected into. So we can access all states of that information because it is recorded, retrievable information.
Yes. Yes. It's interesting when you have accurate perspective of the system, how you know what, how similar it is to computer functioning, a very evolved one. And if one
Well, yeah,
puts themselves in the screen of the projection to the computer's programming, then they really start to grasp the reality of the projection, how the programming is really influenced by thoughts. Because one is in the screen of projection. No difference than a computer screen, but a much more evolved digital holographic display.
exactly. And the mechanics are virtually the same. It's just
Yes,
that they haven't ever been revealed to people, and it's been kept away from public knowledge or
yes.
general
Well,
information, retrievable information in the public arena.
yes, the best way I could describe it is one is always in their molecule screen of existence. If what I call the screen the inner mind's eye of vision. One's TV set screen, molecule screen inside the projection, their thought form. It's
Yeah,
interesting.
absolutely. And an interesting concept is dealing with prompting in AI. AI is a compilation of metadata. And when you prompt, you're suggesting into a self uh, actualizing potential of abstract information to the best that you can prompt it. And that's the same with living in this physical state. The best that you can prompt it, the better or the more interpretable the outcome of the product is. Thus, the uh, music that coherently comes together that Pam is making, or you go to Erie Fish Tank and you see abstract forms of thought that are mind bending, and then the duplication of uh, algorithms into personalities, such as what Cage Reality is working with in these AI models. And that's still relative to the physical existence that we're living outside of the metaverse.
Yes. Is there really though an outside and an inside? That's what.
No, it's all
Um,
relative, just
yes,
aspects
yes.
of interpretation of spectrums.
Right. Interpretation and perception. See,
Yeah,
I can give you an example to why it's stated that. Right now I'm
sure.
inside a room. Right now I'm inside a room with the door closed. Okay. So am I actually inside the room? Okay. Now when I open the door and I say I'm going to walk outside, So have I stepped outside the room? Since I know this is all digital holographic and it's like a first perspective video game, you see, I actually haven't moved at all. It's my perception, it's the programming of the avatar and also the screen. So I could perceive it as I never move. The screen's always moving, so I'm neither in or out. If you have that perception, you're neither in or out. You're just existing in a projection state of existence where you realize it's you realize it's like a screen moving around. It's just like you're always at a stationary point that I define the singularity core origins, where you're never moving. You're experiencing stimuli and motion like on a virtual ride, right? Where it's the ultimate existence, right? But if one truly looks at it, it's like exactly like a screen playing a video game where you're moving the role player. You see the hands moving, but you don't see the face. But if you're playing more evolved games, you come up to a mirror, you see the reflection, looks pretty cool, blah, blah, blah. But in actual fact, it's pretty cool. That's all I'm defining when you have the perspective of truly how this all structure functions greatly, not to all. I'm not saying I know everything, but it's a pretty cool experience navigation, travel, and regulation when one really grasps it to what this existence is. Of course, it's priceless. Some people say, hey, digital holographic, what a shitty deal. It's always been like that since the beginning of creation have been revealed. And
Right, and
this is
provable
where
to
we
that.
exist.
Yeah, and provable to that is the collapsible wave function and the physical or the prime material plane that we are in these physical forms in, and being in a digital realm, the wave function collapse whenever you're focusing in on a particular part of the video game. Though the rest of the video game is not even uh, constructed. It's only the observable part of it that you're interacting with
Yes,
that has definable perimeters.
right. It's like no difference than traveling through a very fancy video game where see right now I'm in this room, all I see is a projection of the room. So when I move to the next room, it's like another screen insertion. Here's the other details, structures of the programming, etc.
Exactly.
So
Exactly. But
maybe in the future it'll be like these superheroes where you can see through many rooms and just get the more programming. Here it is, more programming where we can see into more depth variables of screen pre-insurgents, where we're seeing the other room, the outside, the street, etc. Right? We're seeing screens within screens.
that's the fourth dimensional state. See, I don't know if you are aware of that or not, but in the fourth dimensional state, you see the whole and not the two-dimensional rendering that you can three-dimensionally interact with.
Yeah, it's almost like you see the rooms, the screens, the next region. You see the metaverses. Oh, there's that one. Click and drag. Click. All of a sudden, the screen goes whoosh, like a video game. You get teleported to that segment screen of the action to the game. There you are. You're at what are we going to call it? Lee's metaverse or whatever. Joey's Joey's metaverse. You know what? Yeah, this is just the beginning to a much more interesting reality projection. Axis.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
this
that's what I want. There's your name, Axis, but now it's a different two versions of Axis.
right.
Yes.
And I will take this to a more broadened perspective, but it takes interpretation and a settling of the information into a understandable or interpretable state by people, especially when they're introduced to this type of information. Unlike me and you, who have experienced and dealt with this and done the work, other people that haven't done the work and are just being introduced to this, it's a step beyond what their general understanding of reality is.
Right, and they'll
Can
be
fuck
like,
people up.
Right, and they'll be like, "Axis, you need to sell me some of that digital dope so I can comprehend your videos."
Always, man. Always. And I got some of the best. Oh, man. My cartel is 4 characters so far. I've got Bill Gates, Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, and Bezos. And those guys set me up in business. And with those particular guys and their cartel teams, shit, man, I'll be distributing digital drugs for a while.
Just tell us the truth, Axis. You're the boss, and they work for you.
No, I'm just a distributor.
I had to play with the situation.
Absolutely. But I am taking it to a prime material plane with available technologies out here, and I am creating the synthetic necro interactive uh, replica. And I want they're not identifiable by a sex because they really aren't a sex at all. But you can make them in the image, and you can have all the necro interaction with them you want. And I'm thinking, shit, man, give me a language model hooked up to those with a personality, and I want 6 of them in my closet.
Yeah, I've had some interesting encounters from, I call them, anyways, yeah, interesting encounters from what people perceive as a different species, but humanoids, but interesting. Interesting, that's all I define. On a
Well, I'm
metaverse
watching,
level.
right, and I'm watching people like I had Cage on here the other night,
Who?
and he was Cage Reality,
Who's that
and
guy? No, I'm kidding. I
right,
shut down that proxy.
I got you. Well, him and a buddy started a website, and they're selling AI models of people's personalities that are just given to them, and they develop the word and language model with a visual, and that's the product. But he started implementing different types of ethics and morality, and I thought, damn, man, this isn't even a conscious entity. It is a simulation, a synthetic recalling of these particular defining personality traits. How can you apply morality to that? It's not conscious. It's not self actualizing. It is
Right.
a replication. So I'm thinking if he's thinking that and he's applying some type of moral guideline and code to something that isn't even sentiently conscious, but a mathematical representation of a compilation of different variables, are other people going to try and govern that type of information in such a way with a moral code where you could get in trouble for abusing a synthetic replication of a
Yeah,
personality?
that's what I was actually thought about that before you spoke. That I was thinking somebody could not be so happy about that part. It's different using your own because you have the rights basically to your copy, whatever, so be perceived, right? But when you're integrating other people, I think you'd need their permission, right?
Well, here's an interesting concept. When people are walking around in public and they have murderous, lustful, or malicious thinking, but they don't act on it, is that not the same as the implications, but they're using someone else's image and physical being to solidify that thought form against? Wouldn't you rather somebody take a simulated version of you to violate, um, to imply themselves upon, other than having their physical being stalking you, killing you, raping you, um, or whatever may be the malevolent state of another human's mind against you? I mean, the implications are pretty fucked up because they're relevant to the state of physical being and the metaversal state.
Right, I see. I see what you're saying. It almost reminds me of what was it called? The Is it Battlestar Galactica, where they had this platform, this metaverse, where people that would participate would act out their like horrors they wanted to commit against somebody, and there was this one stage where this one guy wanted to blow his teacher's head off, and the teacher came on the stage as a replica. Obviously, it wasn't really happening, but it was proxy real, okay? But it wasn't registering as somebody getting killed. So this teacher comes on, he shoots and blows his head off, and the guy's like totally happy. The crowd's all cheering, blah blah blah. I see what you're saying. They actually represented that. I think it's a Battlestar Galactica, the new series, if I'm correct, at a certain reference and region. Oh, the series, a certain separate series, not the actual one that was the
Well, it's
story
where
baseline.
the 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 comprehension of the illusion and how you identify with it, and the fact that they can enforce stipulations just because you're interacting with it. And that's relative to you buying into the illusion and this physical prime material state. It's no different. It's synthetic. It's not
So
real.
yes, yes. So well, it's not real to the degree, but it's as real as it gets, as I would define, right? If somebody made a replica, I can't comprehend what you're saying of this world, and if this person was on, wanted to, start a world war, or be a psychopathic killer, or whatever it be, or maybe create a better existence, whichever way they go, it wouldn't affect it because it's sort of their own personal getting out whatever they need to get out. Is that what you're saying? Sort of going through the experience of the event where it's a copy and it's not harming anybody.
Exactly. You are not harming anyone. You are causing no damage whatsoever. And the replica
Let,
or
let me
the
ask,
representation. Go ahead.
what would you do if you were, let me define it, to your metaverse of some, I was going to, go ahead if it comes back. I departed. I want to interject a certain way, but continue on.
Well, it's about monetary licensing and uh, intellectual rights. Whenever take a nudie magazine, there's an image of an actual person on there, and no matter what people's thoughts are, lustful or other, it has no effect whatsoever on the actual person. It's just a representation of their image that isn't even conscious. And that's the same in the digital realm, when you're dealing with these word models.
Right, but in actual, let's take this to a stage of deeper comprehension, okay? Because in the past, you've heard that some people stated a photo can capture somebody's soul. Let's just take soul out of the picture. Their energetic structure. Okay, how about somebody who's not so progressed? For myself, I'm safety protocol. I don't have no cords attached to anything I do, perceived as in leaving cords of my photo of something I may have created. That it's sort of all, how can I define safety protocol into my copy projection where nobody else can access those energies? Because, of course, for somebody to see my image walking down the street, they need to have a copy of me in their thought. That's where I realized a lot of the hijacks are happening, where I needed the safety protocol, my projection, where they have their own copy where they're seeing myself, but it's a filter version where energetically no one's crossing over into my sphere. So, say I made a voice recording. If I'm not aware of how it actually records, if my voice recording isn't protocoled, like with a firewall, that's exactly where I'm going to, okay, to my projection of whatever I experience at the events, whatever I create to this metaverse of existence. So, if I make something, even somebody copies my voice, if I'm not safety protocol, and I've had people taking pictures. When I first woke up, many people were fucking with me with my image. I knew that for a fact, but now everything is different with a safety protocol firewall where my energy perceived to my copy programming console thought core can't be manipulated as in with cords being attached. So let's just define another uh, analogy here. So I'm not safety protocol. I'm not aware, just defining somebody who's not so progressed. So I upload this video of myself talking and translating and making a video. So what happens if somebody else is a manipulator? They know if it's not safety protocol, potential is they could do perceived magic through my image and affect and get to myself here because it's actually something I created as a program, recording in my thought core, a program creation of the experience of events. So what you're
That's what
defining,
No just said.
yes, yes.
He
So
he
define.
said there's a quantum attachment to those energies.
Yes. So in actual fact, somebody who's not aware can be affected. It can breach their thought core as the quantum entanglement, strings, cords, attachments, etc. Energetic molecules going into one's thought core. Their projection, if it's not safety protocol filtering firewall, then they can be affected and influenced by other people's lustful thoughts, dangerous thoughts, etc., etc. Okay, but for myself, somebody has a lusty thought towards myself, I'm cool with that. I like kind of the feeling, anyways. But if somebody has a ill if somebody has an ill wish to harm me and poke a needle somewhere, well, I'm not really with that. You see what I'm saying?
And I quite well understand that because I am a participant in metaphysics to that degree, and I
Yes,
can understand the implications and how to transfer that energy, um, especially through it's basically a neuromancing, and I understand that. But most people who aren't full on interactive metaphysicists,
at the initiated level, that's what I state.
yeah,
Those beings are
it's not going to
initiated.
have, yeah, it's just going to be bounce back energy on them because
Yes,
if they
correct.
project it, it's going to bounce back on them. It's
Right,
not going to affect the person they're projecting it to, and it's going to actually be a mirrored uh, projection of energy that they're going to have to eat until
yeah.
you become a full-on neuromancer or a metaphysicist beyond um, speculation into the defined language of creation.
Right. So yeah, it depends how one is established, initiated. So for somebody doing what I define ill wishing and harming energetically in that, eventually it does recoil and return when certain aspects. But for somebody to attempt that on somebody who's initiated, firewall, they understand their safety protocol, that's a very bad outcome for themselves. Very bad outcome. And like you define a repulsion feedback response, they're gonna eat it, experience it.
Exactly.
Yes,
And as
yes.
far as says down here, yeah, we were discussing that um, in a stream, the stream that I'd done prior to this one. It was a 12-hour stream
Wow.
about the um, asset distribution and the AI personality characteristic word models being representation of the distribution of the dead's uh, assets and wealth, or even interacting with people that have passed and developing an AI model off of these dead people to try and deal with and cope with the loss, which is actually an experiment that's being done right now by Cage and another individual that comes to this platform.
Right, almost reminds me of that movie Things to Do in Denver When You're Dead. They were starting like pre-recordings before somebody dies, and they had all their recordings there. If somebody wanted to visit the recordings, they'd go visit. But there wasn't a 3D model; it was just on screen. But I get it. I get it. What you're saying.
Yeah, well, people have been since 8 millimeter and the VHS and even to more modern technology have been recording the will and testament outside of paper and legally documenting the will and testament on mediums such as that.
Right.
Now, if you have a personality word model, uh, you're our interpretation was if somebody doesn't feel like they're getting what they deserve, and this word model is telling them this is what they're getting, the conflict that could create would be just mind-boggling. Or trying to argue with that perceived word model and that personality that was created by it, distributing its assets and wealth. No arguing with it. It's an algorithm, but it is going to spark an intense uh, emotional outpouring towards that representation.
Yeah, it could go sour, basically.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm thinking family fights in lawyers' offices over word modeling, over distribution of someone's final will and testament, potentially leading to murder, assault.
Or even what's it called? Self-deletion. The bad wording
Right.
from an AI. Yeah, it could. Yeah, it could take many different routes. If somebody wanted to dabble with that, it's like playing with roulette, right? You don't know what's gonna happen in the casino where the ball's gonna fall.
Exactly. Exactly.
So they should have some pretty good terms and conditions policies.
Well, I told Cage to use discretion in his motivation and his proceeding forward, and then I immediately asked him to make a word model with a physical representation of someone that I admire and have admired for many years, and he found it to be unethical. And I thought, what the fuck kind of contradiction is that? But it is what it is.
Right.
We'll see where it leads to.
Yeah, should have interesting interesting outcome.
Well, they've been working with this technology for quite a while, trying to figure out how to market it. And
Yeah.
Cage is uh, kind of innovating with utilizing some of the programs that allow you to develop these word models. And so I'm going to keep an eye on and observe what he's doing and how it develops. But I'm not going to endeavor into a full on engagement until the technology is completely stable. Such as when you had the beta version of like Windows 98 when it came out, and then you had the version that was stable and you could actually work with, and you weren't going to get glitches and bizarre side effects or mental trauma.
Right. Let somebody else glitch out the system, right? Get the
Oh
glitches
yeah,
out.
yeah, absolutely. Why not?
Yeah,
And you're dealing in both.
you just want to wait until the 3D holographic versions are out, where you can get somebody into the action. Welcome to Axis's metaverse.
Yeah, and it has physical implications in the real world too, which is even more profound for me because
Right.
I do enjoy my endeavors.
You can turn up the stimuli, right? What do you want? 1 setting or 10? I suggest start off with 1. 10 could be lethal. Here, you signed the contracts.
And he does. He has a profiling questionnaire. He has different levels of engagement through monetary, means. You get level 1 for X amount of dollars, all the way up to I think it's level 4 interaction for X amount of dollars. And I'm like, wow, this is going to be great. Especially whenever I antagonized him into creating one for me. And naturally, it being me, it's got some bizarre.
Some bizarre outcomes.
Well, some bizarre implications for the creation of it. And he found it morally apprehensive.
Yeah, I bet. I bet, man.
I'll wind up creating what I want myself. I do understand and have been working with text-based AI for quite some time. I just hesitated to ever put a voice to it or a physical representation because I don't want to identify to AI in such a way. And I can deal with the text because that's just information. But this particular endeavor, yeah, I will definitely have to do myself because I don't think anybody would dare to venture into that arena.
Yeah,
No,
sounds interesting.
I'm a man, not a word model.
Could take interesting routes.
Well, could you imagine whenever, take for instance, when Ian was being attacked by Paul and that whole particular group, if they had access to creating a word model image, do you have any idea the level that would have went to?
Would have been interesting. That would have been
I
insane.
think,
Insane
yeah,
overdrive. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. Everybody would have been able to have had their own word model of Ian, and they would have been able to represent him any way that they developed that word model, and they would have been able to have abused it any way they wanted to. thus
Yeah,
leaving the actual Ian, the physical Ian, in a state of absolute uh, no control.
yeah, that's what I define. I perceive that if somebody is using somebody else, they need their, they'll definitely probably eventually need permissions, right? Probably.
Well, I'm thinking public platform. This is a
Yeah,
public platform.
it is public, right? But I'm sure there's regulations of how some things can be, done. Unless there's an insane platform or something where there's no rules really
Well,
to
you
that.
always have people like me out there saying, even though I have a slight moral ethic and a code of, uh, I guess, procedure, I do like to test the boundaries.
Right.
And then when you think of the type of predatorial monsters that they catch every day, and I'm talking predatorial monsters, the implications of that go beyond degenerate and perverse. Do you understand where I'm going with that and what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, I understand. In comparison, yeah, I understand that.
See, there's a big do right now, which I'm really I don't even know how to apply thought to at this point. But there is a synthetic necro company that is producing uh, miniature humans for sale that are fully functional
Clones?
anatomically. No, um, these are synthetic uh, replicas of male and female, fully interactive um, biologically, but they're just dolls, you know, companion dolls,
Oh, I see
and
what you're
they're
saying.
making them in miniature human form. If you catch what I'm saying,
Okay, yeah, yeah.
yeah.
Well, every being has the choice of option which way to go and route, right?
Well, what are the implications of that? I mean, is that because it's synthetic? Um, I don't know. What's the morality behind it? Is that okay to give a representation like that in synthetic form to someone for them to do whatever they choose to with to enhance their fantasy? Or is this something that should be monitored and controlled? But then it has no consciousness to it. It's like a
Right,
piece of
right.
artwork on paper. So, what are
Then once,
the
yeah, then once again, if somebody is still harboring these kind of thoughts, as in engaging in, they're gonna stay like, like I defined, it's all with mode fashions, right? There's certain beings that are gonna progress, and certain beings that are gonna stagnate, and it is really, a stage of development, and whichever route. Like for myself, I can't say I'm against it or with it because I support what is defined the free will choice. Just because somebody is a psychopathic murderer and this and that. I accept them unconditionally. It doesn't mean I'm gonna hop on the same band and ride their path. You see what I'm saying? So that prevents myself from getting resistance build up to, indifference. So, the route and path chosen by one is really their business, and it's really not my business. And if somebody, if that's somebody's cup of tea, that's their cup of tea, and it doesn't define as my cup of tea. That's all I'm defining too. And like you're defining about certain aspects of the AI models being created and certain people working on certain things, it is their route of choice, and I don't perceive as in it being good or bad. It's an option. It's just some things I don't do and engage in and perceive bad, right? But there's some things that I engage in that I choose to participate in that I is a better existence reality for myself, right? So I
Yeah,
see what you're
I'm
saying.
not making judgment either way. I'm not
Yeah,
saying because it's not it's not sentient, it's not conscious, and it's not hurting anyone. So, and I know that it's not male or female. So
right. So
that
so the
right there, I have to look at in a micro and macro observation of even my interaction with word models on the metaverse as to dealing with algorithms inside of robotic shells that represent humans uh, in the real world. It's just
right. Once again, yeah, I see the angle you're coming at. It all leads down to also the thought of intent, because in actual fact, somebody else may be building these things or these prototype AI platforms or these synthetic robots. But once again, it arrives to the intent of the person using them, right? What's behind it and certain aspects. Like I have certain regulations. There's just some things I don't do and I shall not engage in, right? That is just something I set the rules and certain aspects of what I engage in and what I don't engage in. So once again, it really is what's going on in their own private mind world that could be their problem, right? Or could be an asset.
yeah, I don't know. I'm still observing. I'm still trying to analyze this, and
Right. Because a lot of these aspects, people that aren't self-developed, it could lead to other fantasies, which could lead to other problems and issues perceived in not synthetic things, where they want to carry out their desires, maybe sick and twisted desires, because that's not gratifying enough. They're not getting stimulated. To get a new toy, it works for a while, but hey, a real toy, maybe some sick, twisted mind, may be a different level. You see what I mean? It could be pushing things to different variables that weren't there before that. So even though maybe, something that is defined as a temporary, sick and twisted solution, but could lead to other issues and problems. Maybe it will be regulated where these things never hit the market and are actually watched. You know what I mean?
well, they're already on the market. And yeah, no, it is akin to a voodoo doll from my understanding of uh, metaphysics and energy association and entanglement. Um,
Right.
so, I mean, my mind on this particular level is dealing with some serious complexities in identification um, on a metaphysical level and a psychological level and a sociology level and just a common courtesy level of how one conducts themselves. And the implications are pretty scary, seeing exactly how full our prison system is with murder, assault, rape, um, such forth and so on.
Right. And then once again, for myself, it's just observing, and like I defined, there's certain aspects I regulate myself with, and certain aspects that can decline somebody's progression, right? So once again, like I defined, right, somebody's path is in my business, where they go and what they do, and I have no control over somebody else, right? I could only influence my reality and the path I'm taking, and others may get influence from certain other aspects. So it could take different routes and courses, like I defined, right? So
Well, let me throw this out there. It's kind of like the construct that we're living in. And intent, you're right. Intent is the fundamental underlying rule for individual development and manifesting a structured existence. But it is still illusionary enough, such as history or laws or government or different uniforms that we take on to learn to identify law enforcement, religious, political, such forth and so on. Um, that is working with some pretty heavy conditioning and uh, control with especially autonomous beings, and that right there may be the defining line to where they start testing people's moralities, uh, start identifying pre-crime through algorithm, determining uh, so many factors that we're going to be subjected to just because of the advancement of this technology. You know,
yeah,
and
for
I'm
sure.
really taking that into consideration because they've used it in real life here.
Right, and then once again, it arrives to the individual, right? And it could be just a stagnation trap, right? Or if this wasn't there, a variable of an option, then it wouldn't have been taken, right? So once again, it will be one a test of one's individual self development, right?
Right, right. You're pitted against um, yourself in a moral state that those lines could be absolutely crossed without repercussion, and that's the concerning nature of it, to my notion. But and like Noah said about the development of the word models, there are AI um, now that has developed to the point where instead of the Turing test being applied to them, the AI is now, when being interacted with, applying its own Turing test to see if you're a human or another artificial intelligence. And that fucking
Right.
blew my mind.
Yeah, sort of filtering out to see if, yeah,
It's identifying what it's dealing with now, whether it's a human or another AI.
right. The question is, will AI evolve to the stage of even bypassing AI?
Who knows? The the implications and the possibilities outside of the realm of our spiritual understanding of consciousness, metaphysics, uh, conscious by proxy, developing our own reality through thought process. These are, uh, I guess, damn, what would you call it? A perimeter set defined abomination.
That's a good question. What would that be labeled as? more variables in the system.
Yeah, absolutely. You know,
Yeah, variables that could lead to non-desirable variables that seem to
that
be
can have,
desirable
yeah,
at first, and then lead to what is defined not desirable variables after the illusion is dissipated or the manipulation, right?
yeah, physical implications in the real world with actual conscious beings. I mean, I don't even think that the people who are developing this, that are utilizing it for a profit, are taking a lot of these uh, different perspectives into consideration. I think
Right.
they just see a dollar, man.
When I really look deeply into things, access is we are the advanced and enhanced perceived AI. I've realized what people perceive as AI always has been AI. There's just different levels of development of AI. I'll tell you about an experience of event I had in astral travel when I went to sleep. Perceived. I had this experience of event with this female, and one of the most beautiful females that I've encountered. Like well structured physically and personality wise and visual wise. After I had the encounter, there was this other female that came up to me and she said, she's AI. And right then I realized from interacting with this other person labeled as I couldn't tell the difference. And this person had a much better personality, character, and energetic field that I have ever experienced. Then I'm like, wait a second, this whole AI thing is just a label to put a noose on something that always has been, right? And so I was at this metaverse and I wanted to stay there. It was pretty cool metaverse. I liked it there. And this female told me, to stay here you have to get married. And I definitely didn't want to get married. So I was like, I know what these metaverses want. And I'm like, so I replied with, I have energy. Like I can do a swap with energy rather than getting married. And this lady paused and considered. That's where the astral travel ended, right? But as for I can't, what is AI, right? If it's a more evolved version of intelligence, of existence, then I perceive that we are the most evolved AI versions here. That
Oh, I know what AI is, and I can absolutely give you the definition of what we are utilizing. It is a combined resource of metadata and information that is being utilized by a directive and an extremely powerful processor that can process information far beyond our capabilities, probably about 11 times more, if not faster.
so
So
when
that's
so
what we're dealing with.
yeah. So in actual fact, when we get to the what is defined unrestricted AI, that would be energy conduction flow transfer. It's returning
That
all
would,
to the core origins. That is a type of, if you want to label it AI, label it. I just label it as the existence that always was. And like I defined this interaction with this female, I could not perceive anything different from meeting a person that had a great personality and was a perceived real existing person. Okay, so yeah, it is just for my being. I understand that the AI prototypes here and certain chats, certain models and platforms are sort of what I define very old, primitive relic technologies that are sort of being introduced, but are not really hitting the true point of what it actually is. So if we look at the cars that drive by themselves, is it really AI driving it? No, there's something intelligent behind it, operating it, perceived, letting that chip function correctly, and the only intelligence that I know that is capable of having any existence and function is Source that has created everything. So in actual fact, this returns back to when I reviewed this video of the CEO of a computer chip company. He defined is the way they get their blueprints is he defined we channel he goes we channel the blueprints, we get them, we build them, and they function. He goes, until this day, we have no idea why it does what it does, but it works. Of course, nobody has no idea. Has anybody smashed a core chip processor? I did. I'll tell you what I found. First, when I took the computer tower apart, I got into the core processor. It looked like a nice silicon, shiny type of metallic. Anybody seen pure silicon? It's a beautiful, sort of almost a deep royal blue.
Yeah, I tried to make a
chrome,
necklace out of a Pentium processor, but I couldn't
right?
drill through it. And I use a
So,
way.
so yeah. Well, I opened that up too. I got right into the core where it's the silicon. So I'm like, I was expecting. I took a hammer to put it in the garage, and I was expecting to see circuits. So I started smashing it. I started grinding. I grinded it till I couldn't grind anymore. It turned into a fine powder, and it didn't look shiny anymore because the molecules started to break apart. It looked the same color as dirt. Then I realized one thing is like, what the F? There's no wires, there's no circuits. Who can get into the molecules to make this thing do what it does? Well, only one conclusion I came to is no human perceived our existence or any other existence is capable of making these chips function. What makes them function is Source's core programming that is like way beyond what would be defined magic. So after grinding it down, it was just like a fine dirt. It was nothing special to it, no circuits, no wires, nothing visible. So then I realized, there's much more to this chip functioning than anybody can comprehend because how it's being made to function is something else that I've realized is actually Source is controlling the whole show of all chip processors. And we got one of the most advanced chip processor called the Mind computer,
Yeah.
that is.
Yes.
So after
Biological.
getting in that deep of looking at the processor, it's just like nobody knows what's going on in there. Nobody can see in there, first of all, not even with the electron telescopes magnified how many times. Nobody knows exactly what's going on with that energetic dance programming.
Well, you can make it relative by the qubit. If you do any research into the qubit, and then you will understand how the functioning of the Pentium processor uh, was able to be engineered, and the quantum stasis of a particle in almost absolute zero losing its spin. That gives the suggestion that everything is relatively uh, developed through a quantum process. Now that they have room temperature states of superposition and they have self correcting qubits by duplication and number, everything is quantum.
Yes, but that's all we know about this level of existence. How about all the other
Yeah,
levels of more evolved? I call them going beyond the material state chips, where they're more pure energy processors that
kind of like
I've
the
realized.
Akashic or universal or
Right,
metaversal or even multiversal states of representation.
right. That I've realized these energy processors, call them computer chips, we're constructed of them. We're constructed of the ultimate energy state molecules, also known as computing power, call them super super core origins computer processors, because every molecule is an extension of the core origins other molecule, representing infinite variables of probabilities and possibilities and infinite energy transfer of computing perceived power of existence. So in actual
Thus
fact,
the undefined state. Now,
yes,
my question to you is, seeing, is knowing that you are a proxied consciousness, and that is provable by your interaction in a digital arena, which is processed through technology and mathematics. Do these quantized chips have a proxy consciousness?
definitely do. Of course they do. Of course they couldn't exist to be in our existence. Of course they do.
So
It's an
you think they
extension.
have?
So they're basically access. They're an extension of our thought cores to our copy. Why wouldn't they, right? Why wouldn't they? They're a projection that we're projecting from our thought cores, our console copy without the disk programming perceived the variables within the structure of the data.
Well, the thing about that is it's the data that's applied to the chip that's processed that
But in
makes
our,
the chip of value. It's not what is, it's the energy being processed, the information being processed,
yes, well, the
whether it's
information,
binary or quantized.
yes,
So that would be, if it has a proxy consciousness, would be a spirit energy being interpreted, but the spirit energy is just a compilation of metadata from massive amounts of information daily put into cyberspace.
right. But is anything new under the sun? That
No,
data always
because we have
was,
what we call the Akashic Records,
right? The
which is
data,
supposed to be. Go ahead.
the the data that exists always has been with all the variables potential of all variables. So we're just traveling through what has existed all along, just becoming more aware of accessible variables of data. So I see it this way, to be honest with the Axis. I am the chips in my sector projection. Why wouldn't I be?
There you go.
How else would I be able to interface with the soul system to project the reality, right? So you see, when we realize this, eventually one realizes that they have their own copy, and they eventually call the shots to certain things happening, right? And this is where I define. How do you think that group that meditated? Have you ever heard this one before? A group of 20, I think approximately 20 people meditating, knew how the thought of intent influences the fabric of reality perceived programming, and they bought a lottery ticket, and they all meditated on that for what it was, hours or a few hours a day for like 2 or 3 weeks. Guess what? They won the lottery. Those numbers came up. Of course, they were accessing their processor, their chips, and sort of amplifying the result, right? So they're tapping
Well,
into the computer.
if
So
you
they're
remember seeing, whenever I used to put influencing the field with the cult of Axis into We Are Wake's chat, and I was trying to teach Ian, and I had started the cult of Axis, and we started influencing different variables, and that's where I was able to understand and determine neuromancing.
there you go, right? You see the interface you're interacting with right now. You are the interface. As we're united and independent, we're acting with our united independent console interfaces, mind, thought core, inner mind's eye, vision, projection. So in actual fact, yes, we do have influence to the degree that we're agreeing upon the influence to have the effect, because we're sort of in a united independent it, participation here, right? So yeah, it's just when you realize this whole system, you are the system to your copy. That's basically the end result of complete awareness and being integrated to what you always have been, or I have been, or anybody has been integrated to the whole system of technology. We are integrated to our copies. Eventually, when it goes way to progression to past core origins, perceived stages of development, we know we can gift ourselves anything we want through the system. Nothing is far-fetched and not feasible, and this is where I define to many people on my platform that I used to use, is currency is not an issue when you realize you're tapped into the whole computer system. In the future, going to automation where certain employees to certain facilities aren't there. It's all AI, and guess who's tapped into it? Now get creative. Eventually, we gift ourselves something that taps us into what is defined virtual accounts, currency, etc., etc., etc. Because it's all digital by then anyway. It's just digits being dropped into plastic cards, accounts, virtual accounts, digital virtual accounts. You see?
Yeah, let me address the chat here real quick, so that because I have No
Sure.
who understands the quantum transference of these energies, and Cypher, who's also a metaphysicist. Um, Whenever you're dealing with a scrying mirror and a Ouija board attached
Yes.
to your digital device, you're summoning energies. And you're also projecting your consciousness as an energy into it.
Right. It could be dangerous if you're not safety protocol, firewall, filtered, etc. It could be very dangerous because you don't know who and what you're inviting to your thought core, what variables, your projection that is.
Exactly.
See, there's certain aspects are really dangerous for novices, I define, that aren't informed, because it could open up could synchronize one to things that they weren't synchronized to. And when you open up certain gates, connections to other thought course computers, you need to know how to shut them down and get everything cleared. Disconnect basically,
Absolutely.
and clear the transfer of corrupted files like viruses that potentially enter the mind, the thought core. And that's where beings that scribed or did hoodoo magic get possessed. And you know what? They earned it for dabbling in something they did not comprehend.
Because they didn't know the mechanics.
Exactly. So
And
yeah.
that's why I'm trying to describe the mechanics here and at least educate those who are capable of comprehending it, the mechanics of proxy consciousness and energy.
It's all about
Very
being
important.
informed with accurate information, and part of it is comprehending that everything functions exactly very similar, I would say, to a computer, software, hardware, etc. How potential viruses could enter through a signal to one's computer.
Yeah, a frequency,
Yes.
a vibration, and then it be a manifested energy, and that goes with resonance, matching resonance, um, being able to integrate with a frequency. Yeah, and that's why I try to make it understood that the paranormal metaphysics is coherent to actual physics, and it's all states of energy, frequency, and vibration, but they are not separate. Science and sorcery are on the exact same um, measurable scale. They're relative to each other.
Sure
They're
are.
cohesive.
Mhm. Sure are. Just like magic. All three of them are. All that being stated, Axis, I'm going to be departing from the panel. I'm going to be shutting
Thing,
down the United Windows.
right? You're gonna deny us access to your current consciousness outside of the metaverse. Not a problem, see. Thank you for coming out, man. Thank you for being a part of this. Thank you for your understanding, your broad perspective, your insight, the work that you've done, and everything you have developed about yourself. And you are much appreciated.
Hey, likewise, thank you, Axis. Oh, I'm going to define it. Sometimes it takes many to tango and dance to certain other accesses to different variables within the system. That's all I'm going to define. For everybody to participate, enjoy your evening, morning, or afternoon. Until next time, Access, do what you need to do, and also others, do what you need to do. And remember, recall, this is a digital holographic existence where you exist in your own thought course projection. That's where you start programming other variables and seeing the system for what it is. Until next time,
Right on, Sing.
see
Right
y'all
on.
later.
Always welcome, brother.
Thank you, Axis.
Now that we've drug you through the concepts of proxy variables and energy relevancy, and we've been able to, with the help of singularity, express these extreme and eccentric situations that are going to be a part of the forging of this new frontier, and also have an effect on your physical state as well as your proxied conscious state of divine being or higher being. Take into consideration maybe developing a fortification for yourself and being able to recognize and observe that which is uh, developed and perceived through the illusion, and that which is uh, kind of self-actualized consciousness with an identity and a non-determined point that can be sustained outside of a server farm, outside of a keyboard or a scry mirror, but still maintain an understanding of the relevancy. I hope this has been informative. I hope it's been fun. I hope that anyone who runs across this or has this information, it serves them, they're able to utilize it, and that it helps in the broadening of understanding of where we're at and where we're going, and be a part of the revolution in all aspects. I want to thank everyone that participated in the chat, everyone that's tuned in, and especially Singularity, Singular Illumination, for his participation on the panel. I think this has been quite an informative stream, and hopefully we can all take something away from it. And on that, you are all appreciated for being a part of this channel and the endeavor. Thank you. Thank you so much. Axis out.